If I push, you can hear me from the floor very well. You have to stop to talk. You just push the center button. Once you finish talking, if we leave the microphones open, then the next person or 2, 3 people after you cannot speak. So please always turn off the microphones. Okay? 2 things. More logistically before we start the simulation, okay? Well, everybody received their feedback. I saw that some people were very eager of receiving the feedback of the deliverables. The deliverables have the purpose of prepare your practical sessions. So, I understand, or they wait what they wait on the final evaluation grade, okay? However, people wanted to know how they did. I sent feedback for everybody, and I also gave tips to most of you on how you have to face this final simulation. Some of you have not spoken during the discussions. Some of you have spoken very little, and I wanted everybody to participate because after this, you don't have a return, okay? So this is the final time where you can participate and you can present all you've learned from your countries and this. I received almost all the position papers via the Aula Global, except for 6 of them. It happens if you want to upload everything at the last minute, the system collapses. This is something that happens in this university and happens also in La Autónoma, but well, it's okay. I gave you an extra day after the feedback. You took it very seriously, and you, except a couple of you, the rest gave it to me on Saturday, which is, it's okay. That said, we have a session that it's supposed to last until 8 o'clock, maybe it's shorter. Hopefully it's not going to be longer because they will kick us out at 8 o'clock. So, decisions need to be made during these 5 hours. We will have a coffee break, okay, at 5 o'clock. So we have half an hour for a coffee break. Normally we have proper flags and the European flag on the tables. This year, because Javier is in Brussels, we didn't have access to his cupboard, so I prepared this beautiful signs myself. You can see that it's a huge effort, very complicated, and the design is extraordinary. But at least I want you to see it where you need to see it. This is alphabetically organized, and you need to respect your seat, okay? So if you want to talk to somebody else, please do it during the breaks or in another room or another moment, okay? Again, we have the structure of the debate, if I am not mistaken, will be the one that we did during our practical sessions. So we will have a first block in which every single delegation will present themselves with a very short 2-minute position paper. 2-minute position, 2-minute presentation. I will calculate the minutes on my phone, so please be on time. Then the second part of the negotiation, we will talk about the overall budget, okay, and new sources of income. That's gonna be the first block. Presentation plus overall and new sources. We will make a small recess, maybe 2, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, okay? Then we will go back to the agricultural or the common agricultural policy, okay? In which we will discuss the overall or the final weight of the CAP together with the conditionalities if you think that you need to apply some of them. Then we will talk, this will be probably the longest, together with cohesion, the longest block. Then we will have the break, okay? If not, maybe we can do cohesion before the break, I will see. And then we do cohesion in the second part or after the break, together with research and innovation, European strategic investments, and administration. Maybe we do administration after the CAP. Okay, We'll see how it goes with the timing. Okay, so it's not structured as you did. Maybe I fix a little things, but what I will do is do two big ones, one big heading before the break, one big heading after the break. Okay, so we will separate cohesion and CIP with the break. Clear? Yes. Now we will do it alphabetically. So Austria will be the first one presenting their position, and then Belgium and so on forth, and Sweden will be the last to do so. Okay, so we have 2 minutes to present your positions, and that's basically it. And no need to there's no discussion in this part. Only 2 minutes after 2 minutes after 2 minutes. Okay, so no, we won't be arguing or discussing. Clear? See? So shall we start? Okay, please, the delegate of Austria, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Austria would like to remind you of its unwavering support for the European Union. Indeed, this European project is one of the most beautiful and ambitious. As far as today's negotiations are concerned, Austria will negotiate as a group with the Frugal Four, Finland and Germany. Our main concerns lie with the general budget proposed by the European Commission. We find it too high and we want to reduce it. If Europe wants to achieve its goal of independence and competitiveness, it must be careful with its spending. We know that many countries rely on this budget, and we therefore wish to find compromise where everyone can find a solution. However, we will not be inclined to increase the budget that the European Commission has proposed. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. I will like to remind the delegates that you need to get close to the microphone, because people might hear you, but then on the recording, if you're not close to the microphone, maybe we don't hear you during the recording. Okay, so please make sure that you get close enough to the microphone. Okay, Belgium, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. When we look to the next 7-year period in European Union arena, something is clear, and we all agree. Nowadays, the situation has no precedent, being the less expected scenario that we all have ever imagined. Due to Ukraine war, climate change crisis, and the COVID crisis situation. This is why this negotiation is the most important and challenging one that the EU has ever had to confront. These next years are going to be the key to solving this and leaving to the next generation a greater Europe than the one we have now. A European Union with no war in its territory, a place to live, more decent, and a union that fights to protect democracy and human rights. And this is Belgium's primordial objective, to reach an agreement on the multi-annual financial framework as soon as possible, with the greatest condition for all of us, to be able to start the recovery of our system and to reinforce people relying again on the European Union.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Given the tense international context, Bulgaria wants the European Union to show unity and act as a bloc. Bulgaria wants the European to become more self-sufficient, especially with regard to energy. Who knows what crisis may arise in the future? In order to do this, Bulgaria, being one of the countries with the smaller economy, believes that the cohesion between all member states and the development of the economy should be the main concern of the Commission. The creation of the next generation EU budget is already a good thing to get the European economy back on track. But the economy must be reinforced on the long term. To do this, I believe that a greater share of the budget should be redirected to the development of intra-European infrastructure, especially to the reinforcement of weaker economies. We think that we should stop looking at the short term. If the economy of the weaker economy countries develop, we will be able to have larger budgets in the next MFF, as the contribution of this country that have increased their GDP will increase. This way, we can strengthen the power of the European Union on the international plan. Furthermore, Sofia believes that food security is really important for the European Union to become more self-sufficient. It is therefore also necessary to ensure this. This can only bring benefits to all countries of the European Union. But for this, we must have confidence in our Union and develop long-term budgets.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of the Czech Republic. I think we're missing one delegate, so go ahead, Czech Republic.
GEM collective delegation. From 1st of July to 31st of December 22, the Czech Republic will hold the EU Council presidency. Our delegation is aware of the path that the nation of Europe ought to take. Our motto is, Europe needs rethink, reconstruct, and repower. So we must concentrate on 5 key issues: the refugee crisis, the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine, enhancing Europe's defense capability and cybersecurity through energy security, the strategic adaptability of the European economy and democratic institutions. Not only will our nation strive to increase the budget, but also every other fund at its issue in this discussion. Our proposed budget increase of 60% is broken down as follows: 5% for the common agricultural budget, 5% for cohesion funds, 3% for research and investment funds, and 3% for administrative funds. Increasing the budget is a significant step for us, and a European nation may assist us in achieving the objective of our presidency. We guarantee that when countries will be in our situation, like Sweden's next president, we will also assist. Czech Republic will combat despite the trend's growth for 2 key reasons: agriculture and unity. As it says in the joint of declaration of the Friends of Cohesion, reaffirming that the common agricultural policy and cohesion policy have successfully adjusted to changing conditions and will play a bigger role in the context of the significant challenge, like climate change, demographic trends, innovation, job creation, and sustainable growth. And they are also essential to address the economic and social disparities that may arise from the digital and climate transition. When speaking on the future of our continent in 1996 at the Charlemagne Prize ceremony under the title
Sorry,
Europe
delegate,
as
you
a
should
test,
Yes.
be finishing your presentation.
Czech President Václav Havel emphasized that the challenges facing Europe merit through an in-depth reflection. Havel urged Europeans to find their conscience and to take ownership of the world's environmental, social, and economic concerns in the context of the time, which was particularly beneficial to Western democracies. Europe is now dealing with numerous issues and difficulties, but if we act decisively and collectively, we will overcome this crisis stronger and more resiliently. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of the Czech Republic. I would like to remind the representative that they have 2 minutes for the first presentation, so please stick to your time because we all need to present our positions. Thank you. Next, the representative of Denmark, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. We live in a time where the world is once again increased with fear and unrest. Problems like the coronavirus, the economic crisis, and the climate change are knocking on our door daily, waiting for all of us to respond. Denmark is pleased to have the opportunity once again to be part of the multi-annual financial framework discussion. The negotiations will pivot around 3 main questions. What should be the overall amount to spend? Where does the money come from? And on what should the money be spent? After the publication of a non-paper in 2020 jointly with Austria, Sweden, and the Netherlands here present, we have been named the Frugal Four, and we are not ashamed of it. A bigger budget does not always mean a better result, and result is what all of us are striving for, which means funding or cutting in the distinct scopes of the allocation when it's necessary. Bearing these ideas in mind, Denmark answers the 3 questions as stated, expressing that the overall ceiling should be reduced by 5%. Concerning the next generation funds, part of the capital must be repayable. Correlated to this assertion, we consider that it's necessary to search new revenue sources, but never on behalf of our enterprises. Similarly, the budgetary imbalance is a reality that we should tackle. Denmark is a net contributor, and as it, we express that we want to maintain the correction mechanisms.
Finally, the last question is harder to respond, due to the significant disparities that exist between member states. We consider that the Union should focus on the climate change fight, complemented by tackling the relevance of agriculture and regional development. Likewise, digital and innovation are two crucial areas that will help Europe to foster a more competitive and efficient economy globally and overcome the issues that lie in wait. We are willing to join efforts with all the member countries here present today to create not only a realistic budget that covers our current needs, but also that help us to achieve our preferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denmark. Next is Estonia. Please, the delegate, the floor is yours.
Thank you for listening. Okay, I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. And Estonia is really happy to be in the European Union since 2004. And the past couple of years, Estonia has profited immensely from the cohesion policy. So that's why Estonia believes that the cohesion policy is one of the most important priorities, and it should be increased slightly. A further priority of Estonia is the cap. The cap is really important, and therefore it should be raised by 5%. Estonia would like to say to Lithuania and Latvia that they would like to cooperate really well and form one bloc, as the Baltic states will be stronger together and they have a lot of common priorities. A new income that Estonia would like to announce is the income of flight taxes. And furthermore, the overall budget should be increased slightly, and the correction mechanism systems could be expelled to gain further money. And in the end, Estonia would, after all, like to come to an agreement as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the representative of Finland. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Concerning the MFF, Finland has come to following conclusions. Because of the missing contributions of the UK, the corona crisis and the war in Ukraine, where we sent significant amounts of money to, the overall budget needs to be reduced to safeguard the long-term interests of the EU. An increase in the budget would not only be very unfair to the current net payers, but also a fiscally very irresponsible measure. Therefore, we and the Frugal Four demand a reduction of the overall budget by 5% and a decrease of the grants from the Next Generation funds and an increase in the loans. To guarantee that the budget is spent the most efficient way possible, we also need to implement strong rule of law and green transitioning conditionality. In order to compete with the US and China in the future, to prevent climate change and make our administration and agricultural sector as efficient as possible, we need to invest much more money into the digital innovation and technology sector. Moreover, since Finland is the only EU country bordering Russia that is not in NATO, we won't accept any decrease in the budget having to do with defense, border management or security, so heading 4 to 6. Since Finland can contribute much more to the EU as a sovereign country than as a Russian oblast, this should be in all of your interest. And all the other budgets are not that important to us and can be reduced or maintained under the right conditions, but will only be accepted with strong rule of law, green and digital transitioning conditionalities. We generally believe that with these changes, the EU will be a stronger and fiscally more stable union, able to manifest our common values inside the EU and outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Finland. Next would be the representative of France. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Our top priority is CAP, to which we will devote a lot of attention and ask for a budget increase. In terms of cohesion policy, we propose reducing it in favor of other sectors that are very essential to us, such as migration and border management and security and defense, for which we believe that insufficient funding has been allocated. We concur with the Commission's proposal for the budget reallocation for research and innovation, European strategic investments and administration funds, but we are open to negotiations. We consider it crucial to eliminate the correction mechanism and introduce conditions that will raise the requirements needed for access to European funds for nations that disregard the rule of law. In addition, we believe it's important to implement new resources if the Union's entry rates are expected to rise. For us, the adoption of a carbon tax is particularly important because it's necessary for fair competition and the development of an effective environmental exchange.
Thank you. Next, please, the representative of Germany. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Federal Republic of Germany presents itself before the fellow member states as an entity of common sense and compromise. As the largest net contributor would be amiss if we do not take this sort of stance. After all, one of the main objectives of the European Union is to promote the well-being of all its citizens. In today's negotiations, we strive to reduce the Commission's proposed overall budget. Regarding new resources, we agree with the introduction of Next Generation EU and plan to slightly increase the proposed amount. We will approve other new sources of income via taxes with minor conditions. In terms of the Common Agricultural Policy, we will propose a slight decrease. However, we will propose increases in cohesion policy, research and development, and the European Strategic Investment Fund, and also the EU administration. Lastly, we find ourselves obligated to advocate the maintenance of the correction mechanisms for both net contributors and net payers. We hope that we can find some common ground this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Greece. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. As a representative of Greece, I recognize the impact that, that the multiple initiatives undertaken by the European Union have had on our country, on its economy, leading it towards the path of growth. In this final negotiation, we will like to focus on a series of issues. Firstly, since transport and energy are significant sectors in our economy, we would like to focus on the initiatives that protect those sectors and incentivize their development with a specific focus on the reduction of emissions and the reduction of the negative effects of the unprecedented climate crisis that we've been affected by. A crucial red line in our negotiations is the management of borders and the control of illegal immigration to the Union. Greece is not the only country which has been dealing with an ongoing surge of attempts to illegally cross its borders, but our territory does represent a crucial access point to the Union, and therefore we will not accept any attempt to decrease the funding reserved to the management of borders and their defense. Finally, along with the other countries that recognize the importance of these policies, reunited in the informal coalition Friends of Cohesion, we put forward a series of strategies to negotiate an increase on the cohesion policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you please turn off the microphone? Delegate of Greece, thank you. Next, please, the delegate of Hungary. The floor is yours.
The delegation of Hungary feels that the proposal for the overall budget should be increased by 3% to account for the loss of funding from the departure of the United Kingdom from the EU. We propose that each member state increase its contribution to the budget, and Hungary, as well as the Visegrad 4 countries, believe that any cuts to the overall budget will be ill-advised, and we assert that any cuts to cohesion and agriculture would be unjust, as this directly impacts the less affluent member states in the European Union. This is especially true when we consider the lasting presence of the correction mechanisms, which only serve to make the more affluent states more affluent, further perpetuating the already existing disparities between states. Hungary also opposes the tightening of conditions, and we see this as a means through which the Commission can impose political blackmail on states and infringe upon the sovereignty of states. Yeah.
That's it? Okay. Next, the representative of Ireland, please, the floor is yours.
Dear Member States, I address you today as the representative of the Republic of Ireland. As everybody knows, our people are fairly attached to the European Union, and we want to work well with all of you in order to make the Union even stronger and build an ambitious future. I believe that if we are all gathered here today, it's because we are attached to this project and we want to pursue it properly. I think that we all agree that we want to boost Europe's role in international competition, that we want to pursue this cooperation, and that we want to continue to make the Union one of the world's greatest powers. However, if we want to keep this leading position and strengthen it in the uncertain future that awaits us, we need to provide the means and instrument for that, and not be afraid to have ambition. The most important tool that we have to achieve these goals are, without a doubt, the CAP. It is thanks to this kind of policies, which are fundamental and represent the values of solidarity and competitiveness of the EU, that we have been able to improve the situation of all member countries. Thus, we think that the budget proposed by the Commission is not sufficiently ambitious and needs to be increased in order to properly face the challenge. For that, my country stands to increase the overall budget by increasing our main fund, the CAP, as a priority. As we truly want to achieve this goal, we are ready to take an open position on other areas and to discuss on possible agreements. Especially in the context of Brexit, that my country suffers most, but that also Europe in general suffers, it's important to preserve a strong budget in order to protect our farmers and our workers for the coming upheavals and integrate the EU into a dynamic of digital and sustainable transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking to the time. Next, please, the representative of Italy. The floor is yours.
Caro Ministeros, caro colleghi, Italy places strong faith in the work of the EU, the goals shared by member states, by us, and our ability to find common solutions. The funds to be negotiated today aim at helping the EU reach its aims through greener as well as more resilient and modern mechanisms. Therefore, conditions are needed to make sure that political priorities like digitalization can be reached and protected. But we also need to maintain the flexibility necessary to give the EU the possibility to react to unforeseen crises like the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to support the recovery process from such crises, but also invest into our citizens and the neighboring countries. That's why Italy takes the position that the overall budget needs to be increased by 3%. We will believe that we need more monetary resources to support a strong and unified European Union, especially in the face of a more digitalized, interconnected and volatile world. Second, the state of Italy favors an increase of the Common Agriculture Policy Fund. The EU will need quality in its future dealing with economic crisis. Public administration will be crucial in the short and as well as in the long-term implement policy areas. At the same time, we as the representatives of Italy are aware that each member state has different needs and therefore different priorities. Nevertheless, we are confident that that as a united force, we will decide the best for the future of the European Union. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Next would be the representative of Latvia. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear delegates and the Commission. Latvia is a country with high support of the population towards single market and European Union values. During the last 20 years, we have successfully achieved major structural, political and economic changes that led us towards a democratic society with a market economy. Majority of Latvian people appreciate the opportunities that the EU opens to them. Job prospects, financial aids and funds, general course on green and digitalized economy, and possibility of enjoy single market and borderless Europe. In our strategic plan for the next 5 years, made in cooperation with European values and development, we have defined 3 main objectives to be met: employment development, security and ecological transition in all spheres of life. Our priorities at the moment, however, can be in danger with the following crisis of Russian invasion to Ukraine. migration crisis, food supply overlays, and energy crisis. With these concerns in mind, Latvia is stating our position toward keeping the budget strong and protective for vulnerable segments of population. We express a position toward decreasing our common agricultural policy funds and cohesion funds with our allies in Poland, Lithuania, and other fronts of cohesion allies. As well as we insist on decreasing and more efficient spending in administration funds. The long-term objective of Latvia as a part of European Union are research and innovation process and digitalization of administration process, development of new resources of income for the European budget, and further abolishment of correction mechanism. We should all be concerned of future challenges of that our political and economic system might face. In conclusion, as we did SWOT analysis for our country, I would like to mention probable threats that could arise in Latvian society regarding the decrease of budget. Our people will not suffer from underfunding and neglect by the European budget, and I'm afraid if it happens, there is a strong possibility of revolts and riots, as our people are worried and have rights to be worried if left without support, being in the border with strong and violent powers, Russia.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind the delegates that they need to stick to their time, so please, those 2 minutes are important. Next, we will have the representative of Lithuania, please.
Good afternoon. The delegation of the Republic of Lithuania is honored to be a part of these negotiations with the sole aim of achieving an appropriate and advantageous settlement for all parties involved, primarily our citizens. In contrast to the previous multi-annual financial framework negotiation in 2014, the recent events have conditioned completely Lithuania's position. While we're sitting here today, there is a war being held right next to our borders that has some major direct effects on our economy, our security, and our energy subsistence. Moreover, we are currently facing a climate emergency and an energy crisis. So, as a result of concern and urgency, we'll suggest a small increase in the overall budget to assure and support our adaptation, our response to the actual situation, and the preparation for a better, safer, and greener future with more flexibility and adapting capacity for future events. We will continue to maintain an attitude of openness and flexibility toward the needs and interests of other nations, placing stronger emphasis on proposals that would make the majority of the budgets more effective without requiring an increase in the numbers suggested by the Commission. But we are going to maintain a strong position on matters of urgency, which in this specific negotiation makes climate change and cohesion our only true red lines. Thanks to Friends of Cohesion, we won't be alone in this last one, with the negotiation centered on a common proposal for the increase of this budget. In return for supporting cohesion, and more importantly, as a consequence of its results, we're not only planning on offering great natural resources and good connecting point in Europe, but also energy resources that could, at the very least, reduce our energy dependence on Russia in the greener way possible. With that being said, we're looking forward to a negotiation where all parties profit and we can all reach an agreement benefiting each individual nation and the European Union as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to your time. Next, we don't have the representative of Luxembourg, so we will give the floor to the representative of the Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Netherlands, as a founding member of the European Union, has set a couple of priorities for this negotiation, together with Denmark, Sweden, and Austria, also the Frugal Four. It is important for us that the budget remains stable at 1% of the European Union's gross national income. The reasons for this will be explained further in the negotiations regarding the overall budget. But we believe that this could be beneficial for all. We, so Austria, Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands, are willing to contribute more to the budget than we will receive, together with Germany as well. However, a strong system of corrections is necessary to prevent certain nations from carrying the heavier weight of the spendings of the budget. Regarding the spending of the budget specifically, it is important that at least 25% of it goes to climate action, seeing as this is one of the main issues all countries in the world are fighting against. We will stand by our ideas and proposals. However, we believe it is possible to find an agreement which will suit everyone in this room and the citizens of the European Union, with conditions respecting the EU-wide policy and the rule of law.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of Poland, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I think all of us here are aware of the great responsibility we have as we negotiate this new multi-annual financial framework. My responsibility is all the greater as I represent the fifth most densely populated country in the EU, as well as the sixth largest GDP and the seventh largest contributor to the European budget. As you all know, my country is in the front line of the war in Ukraine. This war reinforces the disparities within the European Union, which is why we will actively defend an increase in cohesion funds. My country is ready to negotiate the amount of this increase, but a reduction or maintenance of the status quo won't be accepted. As a representative of Poland, increasing common agricultural policy funds will also be one of my priorities. At a time when food security threatens throughout Europe, it's essential to support our farmers who are struggling because of inflation. In order to offset a part of these increases, my country will ask for a reduction of administration funds, which seem too important and not enough transparent. I'm obviously aware that this reduction won't fully counterbalance the increases mentioned before. That's the reason why Poland will endorse a rise in the overall budget, with new sources of income I will detail later. On all other fields, my country also has interest to defense, but we will be more flexible and open to any compromise that allows us to achieve our main priorities. Last but not least, with my partners of the Visegrad Group, we want this new multi-annual financial framework to respect the sovereignty of each state. Poland has been particularly mistreated by the EU these last few years, with unacceptable threats. The decisions we will make during this negotiation should not encroach on our sovereignty, especially about the conditionality of some funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Portugal. The floor is yours.
Hello and good afternoon. I intend to represent the Portuguese Republic. However, I speak on behalf of the Iberian Peninsula with my proclamations. The Portuguese government has always believed in a deregulatory approach when it comes to government intervention in its citizens' lives. Despite this, we are aware of the current economic crisis following the repercussions of COVID-19 and its subsequent effects on tourism throughout the European Union. The Iberian Peninsula is no exception, as tourism accounts for 12.3% of Spain's GDP and 17.4% of Portugal's economy. We would like to focus our efforts on increasing the Common Agricultural Policy by 5% and the cohesion funds by 7% in the budget. We believe taking money from the administration funds or corrective mechanism would produce the best results to pursue this. We also suggest the reallocation of at least 2.5% from the research and innovation funds to European strategic investments. The Iberian Peninsula, along with 17 other member states, are joined in a union called Friends of Cohesion to support the increase in cohesion funding. Portugal supports an increase of the overall budget in order to alleviate some stress regarding the reallocation of funds. Integrating the new own resources, as previously suggested by the Commission, will be extremely beneficial in generating new sources of income and produce leeway when looking to increase certain mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Romania. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear fellow delegates. The European Union is now in the middle of several major crises which pose a challenge to the entire community. A pandemic crisis, an energy crisis, a financial crisis, and a brutal war that is taking place just beyond our borders. Now, more than ever, it is necessary to preserve and promote European values such as solidarity and self-reliance in order to overcome these crises and emerge from them even stronger. Romania therefore believes that we as a union should share two common goals: cohesion and common agriculture policy. Reduced state-to-state disparities, in our opinion, are essential if the European community is to realize its full potential. A clear and confident policy, which is needed now more than ever, can be only developed by equal states. Investments in agriculture, on the other hand, can bring us a greater food self-sufficiency, which is unclear in light of the war in Ukraine. Additionally, With the appropriate setup, we can considerably improve efficiency and environmental friendliness of the production. Thus, considering our perspectives, we propose to enhance expenditures on cohesion and CAP. But on the other hand, in the other headings, we are open to a broad discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Slovakia. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We want to remind how much Slovakia believes in European Union and its policies, and for this reason we hope for the success of the negotiations. We are a member of the Visegrad Group, called V4, which includes Czech Republic, Poland and Hungary. Despite our political proximity to Hungary and Poland, Slovakia adopts a different approach during the negotiations. Nevertheless, we believe it is important that the interests of the Visegrad Group as a whole are protected, and we prefer that will be the consent of all four countries during the negotiations. For example, we have the objective of asking Europe to pay greater attention to the migrant route to the Balkans, in line with the point of view of these countries. Furthermore, I want also to remind that our priority is to vote for increased funding, especially for the CAP. In Slovakia, the agriculture, the most important part of our economy, is organized around large farms, and depriving them of the right amount of funds would literally sink the system of our country. Moreover, we are strongly against any conditionality because the application of them would increase the red tape, making less efficient and slower the distribution of funds. Large conditionalities will reduce the efficiency of the policies, and we cannot allow further damage to our economy. Regarding the interests of the citizens towards the European Union, Slovakia has been characterized by what is called the Slovak paradox. In none of the first European elections which took place in Slovakia, the turnout exceeded 20%, even though the support for European Union among Slovakian citizens was high and still is high. So the consent of the citizens toward the European Union could decrease if some of our interests are not taken into consideration. First of all, the increase of the cap. In conclusion, at the moment we are strongly linked to import of gas and oil from Russia, and we cannot afford strict sanctions that would deprive us of these resources, unless there will be a negotiation to find a real and quick solution for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, Slovenia. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates, dear President. With a total population of just over 2 million people, Slovenia is one of the smallest countries of the EU. Still, since joining the EU in 2004, Slovenia has been able to reform its country into a maturing state, both politically and economically. At the same time, although given our size, we believe that we can represent an important example for the European Union as a whole, as we are one of the most biodiverse countries and a stark supporter of the European Green Deal. This is, among other things, due to the fact that over half of Slovenia's land area is covered in forest and has a very large proportion of subsistence farms, and almost 60% of our population lives in rural areas. In essence, for Slovenia, the greening of Europe and reaching carbon neutrality, including the agroecological expansion and the reinforcement of rural areas, is of high importance. In this, we want to bring the focus onto infrastructural, digital and transport, expansion and improvement in the general area of rural development, in order to ensure the attractiveness of rural regions, especially for future generations, and also the promotion of sustainable farming practices in order to guarantee future food security. This means that keeping the two historically key pillars of the European Union budget strong and healthy. In other words, although accrediting their continued importance, we appeal towards making both the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy fairer, including profound environmental concerns with a focus on strengthening and aligning all regions in Europe in an economic, infrastructural and digital sense. This could mean a restructuring of the CAP and a preferred increase of the cohesion funds. Together with the Friends of Cohesion, we propose a 5% increase of these. In general, Slovenia is thus prepared to raise the budget, but we do want to press the aforementioned conditionalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we don't have a representative of Spain with us today, so next is the representative of Sweden. The floor is yours.
Dear fellow delegates and Commission, a modern Europe requires a modern budget. We are facing substantial challenges, and a fundamentally reformed EU budget would help us tackle them. The delegation of Sweden, along with the countries of Austria, Denmark, the Netherlands and Finland, have stated repeatedly the importance of a budget that is fair, balanced and truly European, since it will be adopted by all of us, the EU states. We encourage reasonable, realistic proposals and compromises to reach an agreement where we can all accomplish our core objectives. Sweden wants to remind the importance of the withdrawal of the United Kingdom and how we need to make hard choices since we are down one member state. Therefore, we want to focus on reducing those inefficient budgets, such as the cohesion policy. Additionally, we want to reinforce a green and digital transformation for the whole EU, as well as endorse other European values like the rule of law. We want to make clear how the correction mechanisms won't be either eliminated or decreased. We have confidence in reaching an agreement with effective, shared and pressing policies and not lose focus on what we are here, which is the implementation of the multi-annual financial framework, the EU budget, our budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We finished the first round, but we had a member state that was late. I'd like to remind the member states that punctuality is important when we come to this type of negotiations. So if the representative of Croatia would like to make his opening statement, now it's your turn. The floor is yours.
My fellow representatives of the EU. Croatia has a central location which places us at a good trading partners with people such as Germany, Slovenia, Austria, so forth. This further enhances our position as a valued member of the EU. We're here today to establish Croatia as a valuable member and look forward to joining the Schengen area in 2023. Because of this, we aim to place an emphasis on the funds that allow for growth and development of not only Croatia, but also those other less developed EU states, which can then create an overall increased income for the institution and therefore a benefit to all EU member states. Due to our economic standing, Croatia looks to the Friends of Cohesion members to aid and push for more focus on the cohesion funds, which will inevitably help boost the economy of Croatia and place all the EU member states on a more equal footing. In addition, we would like an increase of the CAP, however, our main focus does remain on the cohesion funds, as we feel both will end up in a development of the countries. Despite us having the third lowest GDP, our economic recovery still allows us to remain in contention for the adoption of the euro, and the success of the previous MFF shows that we will be able to use this one in the same way. It's clear that the business sector favours additional support, with businesses eager to tap into funding, which in turn increases revenue and jobs. The public sector, however, does not fare well, and it would seem that continuously pouring money into businesses would prove beneficial. However, it would mean a lack of support from the public sector. While there is not a lack of funding to this sector, it does experience negligence and therefore becomes inefficient. Instead, we propose that the public sector is encouraged to prosper through reforms and partnership agreements in the hopes that it will be on par with the business sector. In terms of the overall budget of the EU, the only necessary increase that Croatia is mainly focused on is the cohesion funds. We would aim to keep the overall budget the same. However, if an increase is necessary, then we are prepared to support an increase. If funding can be redirected from sources within the MFF, then that is the most ideal outcome. But if it cannot be done, then an increase will be needed from sources that will be later explained.
Okay, thank you, the representative of Croatia. Now, all the representatives have made their opening statement. Most of you, if you've taken notes, you know where your fellow representatives stay and what are their stands and their positions in in their most important excuse me, elements of the budget. So now, sorry about that, it's time to discuss, because I've heard, the Commission has heard a lot of you asking for increases and raises in certain areas. Some of you have made clear that you don't want to raise anything. Well, the Commission is open to listen to the member states, as it is its duty. But you know that we've made a very huge effort presenting and calculating this multi-annual financial framework. The proposed amount for the next 6 years is, as you already know, 1.2 billion, more or less, 1.210 billion. Okay, for the long-term budget. We know that there are some things that we can add in the next generation funds, but I would like to remind the member states that the next generation are funded by common debt. meaning that we need all to be responsible of that money. Second of all, now we will discuss also, this is the overall that we proposed. We are open to listen to all your positions, as I've done earlier, but I just want to remind you that we've done a very huge effort on this budget. Second, in this next 30-minute block, we will discuss the new sources of income. You know, because you have to pay most of the time, that 70% of the budget of the European Union comes from your own pockets, okay? And the rest of the 20-something, around 30%, comes from our own resources. The Commission has proposed to increase these new sources of income, or to increase the income coming from own sources by introducing three potential, let's say, sources of income, certain mechanisms and taxes. Okay, we've proposed the carbon border adjustment mechanism, we've proposed the digital levy, and we've proposed the ETS, or the emission trading system based on resources. Okay, these three are the proposals that we launch. We are open to hear new proposals from the fellow member states, and see how you make the books look prettier in order to, if you are willing to increase the budget. Okay, so next is a 30-minute block, okay, in which we need to reach an agreement on the overall budget and the introduction or not of new sources of income, and how much they might weight on the overall budget. Okay. So now I open the floor to any of the representatives that wants to present their proposal. Again, in 1625, we should have reached an agreement on the overall. Okay? Consider that or take into consideration that you want to restructure the budget afterwards, okay? And you're willing to increase certain areas and decrease certain other areas, but we need to make some numbers and we need to do some mathematics once we hear your final proposal. Okay, so yes, floor is yours. Whoever wants to present their position, feel free. Yes, the representative of the Czech Republic, go ahead. One thing, I don't want extremely long interventions, okay? So please consider that there's 25 of us, and we all need to speak, and we all need to discuss on these elements, okay? So please, the representative of the Czech Republic, the floor is yours.
As you know, Czech Republic is fighting for the increasing of the overall budget. Czech Republic is going to agree to these new resources, and also, we agree that if we have a rising in 5 years in our GPD, will increase the contribution in the overall budget. Also, will increase the contribution in the Next Generation Fund. But if our economy doesn't increase, we assure that even though that will increase 2% of our contribution in the Next Generation Fund.
Yes, Bulgaria.
So Bulgaria wants to increase the overall budget from 1%, so 10-20 billions. To do so, I want to propose a new source of income. No, not a new source, but an increase of the custom duties. So if we increase by 5% all the taxes on custom duties, we will create 5.75 billion euros on the MFF. So I believe it's a good idea because it will force people to pay European, and I see only advantages on this proposal.
Yes, the representative of Greece.
I would like to propose an increase of the current tax on plastic packaging waste. The current tax has a core rate of 80 cents for each kilogram of plastic packaging that is not recycled, and I would like to use this tax to finance an increase of the overall budget by increasing the call rate to €1 per kilogram of plastic not recycled. This is also a disincentive to create more plastic waste.
So if I'm not mistaken, you want an increase of 92 cents of each kilo per plastic, right? It's 0.08 or 0.8? 0.8? Ah, yeah, sorry, I was scared. Sorry, yeah. Latvia and then Finland, please.
As a successfully developing green economy, Latvia supports Greece initiative, and we are ready to increase plastic tax and to find new source of income in green initiatives.
Finland also supports the initiative of Greece, as we already proposed a similar law in 2019 in our council presidency.
The delegation of the Republic of Lithuania believes that a modest increase of the overall budget is the most prudent course of action at the present time. So we suggest a 2% increasement of the multi-annual financial framework initial overall budget proposed by the Commission. Moreover, and with that same objective, we should also consider adding more own resources based on the adherence of the EU values. So we support what Greece said about raising the tax on non-recycled plastic waste from 80 cents per kilogram to €1 per kilogram. And we also consider that we should also enact a carbon tax levied on carbon emissions and a corporate tax. Thank you.
Slovenia also agrees with the 3 new own resources that the Commission already proposed, including also Greece. Furthermore, we would like to propose 3 other ways of having more own resources, which first of all, as the Friends of Cohesion or in general, I think the 17 countries of the EU already proposed in a recent paper, is the abolishment of the correction mechanisms, which would increase our available money by 7.5 billion euros. These system of own resources needs to be simpler and fairer, and this is why they should be abolished. I know this could be post problems for some countries that are participating here, but we, together with the Friends of Cohesion, wish that we could maybe find a compromise on other propositions that we will have later. And thirdly, we would propose a reformed own resource based on VAT, which would alleviate the inefficiency and non-transparency that our current VAT system has, as well as actually implementing the EU Supply Chain Act, which already has been implemented in Germany or will take effect next year. But we could speeden up the inaction of this act in the total of the EU as well, which will increase companies' accountability regarding the respect of human rights and sustainability along their supply chains. Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to agree with Greece's initiative for the implementation of the tax and also the removal of the correction systems. And furthermore, I would like to introduce a new kind of revenue, and this is a tax based on carbon emission per flight. And by implementing this for around 30 euros per ton carbon emission, a revenue of around 4.5 billion could be made. And yes, and this would further increase the goal of making Europe more green and also gaining a new revenue. Thank you.
Croatia would like to ask all the other member states to agree with Bulgaria, Greece, and the proposals made by the Commission, because as much as they are very helpful and have opened up a lot of money, we also don't want to have to rely on other stronger states to donate money, because that can then come with conditionalities, and that's why we agree with the proposals that have been made.
Hungary agrees with Greece's proposal to increase the tax on non-recycled plastic waste. Also, Hungary feels that in order to increase or to gain more revenue, member states should increase their contributions, and Hungary is prepared to increase its contribution to 1.5%. As well as this, Hungary believes that the redistribution of correction mechanisms would also increase revenue for the EU, and we believe they should be abolished because they're unjust and be reinvested in different areas.
So Ireland would like to increase the overall budget by at least 2%. For that, we agree with the proposition made by Greece and also with the proposition made by Slovenia to reduce the correction mechanisms. But we also stress that we need to, in the context of the Brexit, we need to increase our contribution, and Ireland, next to Hungary, is ready to increase its own contribution. Thank you.
The Netherlands would like to propose to keep the overall budget steady at 1% of the EU's GNI, so gross national income. The reason for this is that it could actually be beneficial for everyone, because as the GNI grows, the budget can grow with it, with the economy, and it also takes into account inflation. This should be enough to cover all the expenses. And again, as Ireland just said, I believe it was Ireland, that with one big contributor, namely the United Kingdom, falling away, this could be a good alternative to keep the budget quite high and still enough for everyone, but it can grow then in a long time. It's a long-term solution for this issue.
Slovakia to close this round, and then we will do Sweden, Denmark, and the Czech Republic. I'll do 3 by 3, okay? So, go ahead.
I wanted to say that I would like to agree with the proposal made by Greece, so with the introduction of these new 3 taxes, and I wanted actually to say that we would like to increase the GNI percentage given by member states to bridge the gap left by Brexit.
Okay. Yes, it was your turn, and then Denmark and Czech Republic. So Sweden, please go ahead.
Thanks. First, we want to start with the sources of income. We will support all these sources of income, but the digital levy, we won't support it. And second, we want to make clear that the correction mechanisms won't be eliminated, because if you want to eliminate it, our contributions would decrease. So we won't have all those billions of euros that you are talking about. Moreover, we agree with Croatia. We don't want to rely on a few countries. We want to be equally contributing to the budget altogether. And third, we agree with the proposal in Greece, and if any country doesn't agree with their proposal, it could be better to speak out and say, we don't agree with this proposal, so we can have it like a definitive proposal. The fourth thing that we want to say is that we want to decrease by 5% the overall budget, but we are open to increasing the own sources of income. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Denmark wants to give its support to the proposal of Greece and also about the plastic tax and also of the carbon adjustment mechanism that it has been stated previously by the other countries. As Sweden just stated, the abolishment of the correction mechanisms is not an option that Denmark is open to. The maintenance of it is a red line for our country, even though we are open of this increasing or maintenance of the overall budget if conditionality is applied to the funds. We are speaking about increasing, but we are not saying where do we want to increase exactly, and if it's creation of CAP, conditionality should be applied. Also about the increasing of the own national resources, we are totally against it. We believe the 1% of the GNI, is the maximum ceiling that we are going to accept. And as stated before, digital levy is not an option because we cannot bury in the bags of our entrepreneurs and of the enterprises of our countries the money. Thank you very much.
What we have to reach is a consensus. So we reached that we have to fight for Green Deal. So Czech Republic is going to say what we can do about it. Okay, we can increase the 3% of the the 3% of the overall budget, and this can be divided in 0.5 of new resources that the Commission said, 0.5 of plastic that Greece stated, 0.5 of carbon, of tax carbon, and Czech Republic agrees with the increasing of our contribution and will agree with Denmark in 1%. And also, Czech Republic is going to talk about next generation funds because that are important. And we assure that countries, if we increase our GPD in 5 years, we will also increase our contribution in the next generation funds. And also the last 0.5, we agree with Sweden that we can increase it in our own resources of the MFF. Thank you.
Austria will support to keep the budget as it is only if you are okay to keep the correction mechanism, is the first point. The second one, if I understood you correctly, you all want that the new source of income go to the budget increase, but what about the refund of the NGEU? Thanks.
From Belgium, before we increase the budget by increasing our contributions, which are high enough, we want to propose to all of you, if you would agree, increasing the budget with new own resources, and in 4 years to make a revision, and in case all of our contributions are higher now, to use the 3 years left of the correction mechanism to reallocate it on other items. So it would be 4 years of correction mechanism, and the conditionality would be that if the other countries raise their contributions to the EU, this mechanism will be reallocated to other items, but to let them now they are like they are, and increasing the budget only with new resources.
Okay, so Germany, please, the floor is yours.
So
wait a second, sorry. Then I think we said Poland, Portugal, and Finland? Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
So, first of all, regarding the 1% mechanism, we could not support the 1% mechanism because the reality is that the United Kingdom's exit had a bigger impact on the economic weight of the European Union than in the budget, meaning that a budget equivalent to 1% of the current European Union's GNI would mean a drastic reduction in overall appropriations. For example, if we keep the 1% now, we are talking about a $21 billion reduction, just to have that in mind. Regarding the long-term budget, we would like to start negotiations with a 1.5% decrease. We like the proposal regarding the non-recycled plastics. However, there is a problem here in that some countries want this increase, but they want to eliminate correction mechanisms. Now, the proposed non-recycled plastic tax has a correction mechanism where, for example, Greece gets 32.7 million less every year, Hungary gets 29.8 million less, Slovakia 16.5 million less every year. So if we raise that, you guys will be paying even less. We need to keep correction mechanisms. We have no problem with the raising of the plastic tax, but this correction mechanism benefits you too. So we need to keep corrections mechanisms as a whole. We have no problem with the digital levy. We just have some concerns with automotive related practices, and ETS and carbon is good as well. We just have some small corrections there as well. Regarding NGEU, we would like to raise it by 12 billion. That's it.
So like my Czech Republic counterpart, I defend an increase of the overall budget, but I think 3% is too important. Poland will push for about a 1.4% increase, which represents 16.5 billion euros. So Poland agrees on the reduction of correction mechanisms, but as some country already said, they are really attached to these mechanisms, so it's going to be really hard to change their position. Therefore, Poland has identified another solution. We consider that there are currently, in the multi-annual financial framework, several less important programs whose funds may be reduced. We think that these programs are not priorities at the moment, but they could be funded again like normally in more favorable times. It's especially the case of the European Space Program, which accounts for 14.88 billion euros, which is a significant amount of money. And we have also selected the Creative Europe program, which accounts for 1.84 billion euros, which also clearly lacks transparency.
So we support the increase of the budget by at least 1%, and Greece's view to up the tax for the recycled plastics. But we would also want to remind everyone about the Green New Deal and how we're trying to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. So the new own resources, especially the emissions trading system, is predicted to bring in about 9 billion for the Commission, and that should be a priority for us to do. And with the carbon border adjustment mechanism, there'll be an adjustment period between 2022 and 2026 where we can reevaluate after and see how it's working, and then go from there. The corrective mechanisms we know are important to countries such as Germany and Sweden. So we thought maybe looking at a decrease or at least putting in transparency rules in the budget for that.
Okay, I think it's Finland's turn. After Finland, I'll have a word. I'll take the floor and then we will continue. Okay? Yes, Finland.
We agree with all the new proposed sources of incomes, except the digital levy. And I think since most of the people agree with on all the other sources of incomes, we could just vote on it now and get away with them. And yeah, and also Finland agrees with Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, Austria and Germany with not increasing our own contributions. Since our debts are too high already, all other countries are not fulfilling the Sustainable Growth Pact. which is like one of the Maastricht criteria, and so we are all not currently fiscally stable enough to be in the EU. And this is a problem, obviously. And also, as a non-beneficiary of the rebates and an outside observer, I would like to remind our delegates also of the values of fairness and equality in the EU. And the F4 and Germany have paid more money than they should have, calculated after the NGI calculations. And although it seems a bit tempting to do so, I would nicely ask other countries to respect these countries and not burden them more, as they have been net paying countries since decades.
Okay, well, we are like more or less 5 minutes away from closing the first block, and yeah, I'm a little bit worried that we don't have much to say. I'd like to help the delegates a little bit. Apparently, or what I've sensed is that the Greece's proposal is an interesting proposal in terms of increasing from our own resources. Is everybody happy with this proposal? Germany, you were a little bit concerned, but you could be. No, I'm asking because I made my maths more or less, and raising 20 cents per kilo, it's about what 1.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. That's and some of you were asking for an increase of 1% or 1 point something percent, which is 1% of 1.2 billion is like so 1,200 or 1.2 billion, no? So yeah, I don't know where we are, but this is the numbers are like this. Yes.
That 1.2 billion is for 7 years or yearly?
It's yearly.
So
1.5.
we're talking about 7, maybe 8 billion total.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I will recalculate. A per kilo will apply the weight of the plastic bag to generate revenue of 6 million per year, so it would say 7.5 million per year. So it's 1.5 extra per year. That's the so it's an overall total of 9 or 8 or something, which is more than 1%.
Yeah, 10.5 for the 7 years.
Yes. With minus correction mechanisms. That is applied to
no.
No, this the total amount, if you apply the correction mechanism on this particular tax, it would be less than 10 million. Yes, the representative of the Czech Republic.
I think that all countries agree to make a Green Deal. So what we can do is raise taxes, I mean, raise sources, but in the Green Deal. Because it's true that we hear a lot of contributions that are really well here, but what we can do is agree our overall budget, like the Commission said, but in Green Deal, that we all agree. And also, we have to talk about next generation funds that are an important part of this overall budget, and the countries can agree that if our GPD increases, we can not touch the long term, but touch the next generation funds and increase it to go to the Green Deal also. So that is.
Denmark and then Croatia.
Thank you, Commission. First of all, we wanted to say that we believe that a Next Generation Fund's budget is enough, and overall, we want to speak about dividing it between grants and loans, because we know that countries need that money. Denmark also benefits from these funds, but part of it should be repayable, so we can reinvest it in future projects, as all of you are concerned about cohesion and CAP and research and innovation. Making this money repayable will make it, as I said, reinvestable in other projects. As the Czech Republic said, we need to find consensus. As we are agreeing all in plastic and carbon tax, maybe we can all just agree in that new source of income. And regarding the GINE commitment and our distribution, I'm sorry, Denmark is willing to accept the 1% GNP, so increasing 0.4 of the first proposal we did, but we want conditionality on the overall budget. So we are willing to accept this increase that you are all speaking about, but we want conditionality and the maintenance of the correction mechanisms open to more transparency mechanisms and also conditionality in them. Thank you very much.
Croatia, please. I hope that you help me here. Go ahead.
So Croatia would like to reiterate what Czech Republic and Denmark just said, on that everyone seems to be in a consensus over Greece's policy, so I feel like we should all just agree on that, and then we can evaluate the correction mechanisms and a contribution from other states after we have agreed on this one policy. We would like to propose that we increase the MFF only to the extent that it doesn't require forced contribution from other states, because then those would come with conditionalities. And then if we still need further money for particular areas such as cohesion funds, CAP, so forth, then we look to a restructuring of the MFF, as Poland said, where we take from areas such as the space program and so forth.
Okay, yes, Sweden.
Thanks. We would like to restate, as Denmark and Czech Republic has stated, we agree on what you said, but with this 10.5% of increase of the overall budget, we can decrease our contributions, all of our countries. So we can decrease them in order, because we will have 10.5%. This is a lot of money that we can invest in what we need. 10.5 million, well, it's still a lot. So we can decrease at least a 2% on the contributions of all the countries. And with this increase, with Greece proposals, we still will have more money to invest in what we want. And the conditionalities will be obviously with the European Green Deal, so green, digital, rule of law. And if any country doesn't agree on these conditionalities, it would be better to say it. Thanks.
Okay. Let's get this down to a settlement because it's taking too long. Essentially, I don't understand why we need to talk about not contributing more or less or whatever. You guys want to increase or decrease the budget. If you want to increase it based on new taxes, as the one proposed by Greece is, let's go ahead and do it. What we won't touch, and let me stress that to the representative of the Czech Republic, is the Next Generation EU. Because reaching that agreement was very hard for us. Because some of you, and I don't look at anybody, were pushing for not doing this. And we were in a situation of stress, and it was extremely hard to deal with that. So Next Generation as a way to increase the overall budget, that's not going to happen, okay? Because it's a Commission position and it's actually quite clear. If you want to increase the long-term budget, feel free, but give me a solution in the next 2 minutes. I don't care what you have to do for it, but I need to know in the next 2 minutes what are you going to do with the overall budget. Yes, the Czech Republic.
Maybe we can take out money of the Commission.
Yes.
No, I mean, what it's a joke. I mean, we all agree about the decrease of the green taxes in a way to increase the overall budget. So we can agree on doing that in order to adjust other taxes that are green and all countries accept. So my final decision is it will be that increasing the plastic tax to increase our overall budget.
Denmark.
Denmark supports what the Czech Republic said and was actually going to do the same and ask everybody if they agree on this. But also we want to know if everybody agrees on not touching the correction mechanisms. So
I think this is something that we don't need to ask now because I want to reach an agreement on the overall budget.
Okay, so the overall budget increase will be 10.5 billion.
I don't know. You guys tell me.
So everybody.
Germany and Austria, please.
I appreciate the Commission trying to speed up the process. However, we do need to talk about correction mechanisms because the plastic tax has a correction mechanism that benefits net payers. I'm sorry, net receivers.
Let's put it this way.
So
Germany. Let's talk about the correction. Let's assume that the tax has a correction mechanism, okay? But not. Let's talk about rebates if you want. You want to talk about rebates not related to this tax? Or well, then there is something that we will do later. If you want to speak about this correction mechanism specific for this particular tax, is anybody not in favor of this, which we already have, by the way, correction mechanism for this particular tax? No, I'm asking if any has a problem with this, which has been going on for a couple of years already. No? Some of you have problems with the rebates, do you? Yes? And that's something that we will talk later, okay? So we will separate the correction mechanism of this tax as a part of the whole tax, as an increase of the budget, and we will talk about the rebates in the following blocks. Clear, Germany? You agree? You agree? Okay.
Yes.
Austria? You wanted to say something?
I was going to talk about the correction mechanism. So.
But nobody
But
wants to.
the
Nobody
fact
wants to talk about that now. Okay.
But it will help for the negotiation, I think.
Yes, it will help for the negotiation.
Right now, yeah. We can agree on keep the budget as it is proposed by the Commission, only if you agree on keep the mechanism, correction mechanism. Because we already, if we keep the budget that is proposed by the Commission, we already increase it by 11.3% compared to the last one. It's a lot, and we don't take in account the NGEU. So it's an huge increase. So we can do that only if you keep the correction mechanism. Without it's impossible.
Latvia?
Latvia thinks that we all heard to our presentation, and all the member states heard that a lot of countries would like to increase CAP, to increase cohesion funds. So in general, a lot of countries are in favor to increase budget, and we came up to the decision how to do that, and I think we should all agree, and then to talk about rebates.
I'm happy with that. But yes, Belgium?
From Belgium, we agree with Latvia. In this case, I think before negotiation rebate, we need to agree on the overall budget. In this case, we're agreeing to increasing it without increasing our own contributions, which is a great news for all of us. So I think we should all agree in this term and then move to the next subject and discuss rebates after that.
What do the floor say? Yes, shall we close the overall budget now, please? Can you please agree? Can somebody give me the overall agreement in very short and clean manner, please? Because yes, Greece, please.
We agree to increase the overall budget by increasing the tax on plastic waste.
Yes, which is 0.2 per kilo.
What?
0.2 cents per kilo.
Yes.
Which makes an extra 1.5 billion per year.
For a total of 10.5 billion in the overall MFF period.
Overall 10.5 billion. So the overall budget, if I'm not mistaken, will be closed at, sorry, because I'm an old man, I need to remember things. It's 1.200, so it will be 1.22, no, 2 to 1.4, right? Something like that? Yes? It's, if I'm not mistaken, 21, so, yes, 1,225, so 1,221,400,000, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes? Okay, so we closed the agreement. I'm very happy for all of you. So we closed the final budget in 1,221.4 billion. And we will do that by increasing a plastic tax by 20%. That particular tax has its own personal or specific correction mechanism, which has nothing to do with the rebates, which is what we're going to discuss in the next block. Is that correct? Everybody agrees on all this? Yes? See? Okay, next. Because you take an extra 10 minutes on discussing the overall budget, now we have to go straight to the CAP. If you guys were tired, it's not my problem now. I think we need to talk about the CAP. Now we know how much we have to spend, and now we have to talk about the CAP before the break, okay? So, the overall amount for the CAP, if I'm not mistaken, let me search for it. It was around 30%, right, of our budget, more or less. What was it? The CAP is 378 billion, correct? 78.5, if I'm not mistaken. Yes? See? So, I've heard a lot of people asking for some changes in the CAP. Some of you wanted to increase the CAP, some of you wanted to decrease the CAP. Now it's your turn to defend your positions. Whoever wants to take the floor first, feel free. Because maybe if we raised the budget, maybe we should put some money on the CAP, no? Or not? Go ahead and let me know. Latvia, please.
Let me start the Common Agricultural Policy discussion. And Latvia, with allies from Cohesion France and with other countries that has agricultural sector strong and in hazard of nowadays energy and food security crisis, we demand to increase the cap at least 2% from the presented amount, with the conditionality, of Green Deal and digitalization of the processes in agriculture.
Czech Republic says that we can take 2% of the tax that Greece raised, and we can send it to the CAP, but more specific to the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, because our joint of declaration of free and cohesion said it is also encouraged currents between the UA requirements and the different circumstances of the member states and the regions by guaranteeing increasing flexibility, namely on the thematic concentration at the regional and national level. So, would you agree to take 2% of the tax that Greece set and send it to the European Agricultural Fund of Rural Development?
Romania, is your turn, please.
Thank you. The overall budget for CAP is more than 6% lower than from the last budget from 2014 to 2020, and this is something unacceptable for Romania. So we propose at least 5% increase for CAP, and we want to allocate this part to the second pillar of the CAP, to the rural development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, Denmark agrees with an increasing of the CAP, but only if conditionality is applied to the funds. Not only we are speaking about rule of law, we are also speaking about Green Deal and eco schemes, generational renewable, and harmonization of income between farmers. But this increase could not be more than 3%. And we can use part of the money, as Czech Republic said, of this new tax we approved a moment before to finance, but only, as he said, the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. And also Denmark will want to put to the floor a revision of the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, so we can also increase a little bit this part of the fund. Thank you.
We would also like to propose an increase of the CAP. However, Romania suggested 5%, but we still think that's a little too high in terms of getting the funding for that. We agree with about a 1 to 2% increase and taking that money from the taxes suggested by Greece and putting that into the CAP. In terms of conditionality, we also believe that the conditionality should be that a certain of this percentage has to go towards green development. For us, we suggest 39%, in the same way that the cohesion funds 39% has to go towards green development. And we'd also like to make sure that there's a focus of a certain amount of money that goes towards small and medium farmers and businesses.
Yeah, leading up to Croatia's comment just now with the small and medium farmers, what we can agree on is a report also commissioned by the Commission itself, is that 80% of the money of the agricultural guarantee fund actually only goes to 20% of farmers, which means that the guarantee fund is absolutely unfairly distributed, and we propose a restructuring of this fund, which we believe also will accommodate to other countries, including some of the Frugal Four, which would mean for all of our friends of cohesion that we could maybe come to a compromise regarding the CAP and cohesion policy, because not only for Slovenia, but for a lot of other countries in the European Union, we have seen a rural exodus, which means that urbanization is taking place at an increasing rate, and this means that rural development should be at one of the highest points possible right now. So we propose, we are open to an increase of the CAP, but definitely not as on the condition of a reduction of the cohesion funds. And we want to appeal to all of you to watch out that we do not attribute too much money to the CAP, but instead more to the cohesion fund and rural development. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to remember you that there is now a consensus about the positive effects of the previous CAP, which has contributed to making Europe a major agricultural power. For that, we stand for at least an increase by 3% of the actual budget for the CAP, especially in the first pillar with the farmers' incomes. And we are ready to agree to the conditionalities if we increase the budget. Thank you.
So considering the amount of money that just has been raised, so 10.4 billion, I agree that the CAP budget should be increased, but I think that an increase of 1%, as proposed by Croatia, is already sufficient. I believe that the cohesion fund is most important fund, and yeah.
Okay, I want to make a proposal. First of all, I also want to only increase the second pillar of the CAP, the European Regional Development Fund, because in the last MFF it was cut by 28% and the first pillar only by 11%. And I know that a lot of countries in Eastern Europe need more money from the CAP, especially for better agricultural equipment, for example tractors. But instead of giving them traditional current technology equipment like diesel engine tractors, we could also we should think about developing electrical tractors for combating climate change, but they still need to be developed. They're not really a thing right now, but we need them to reach our climate goals and to keep our food supply high. And therefore, I propose we are raising the the ERDF fund by, let's say, 3%. We maintain the first pillar, and also we maintain the cohesion fund, and we raised the R&I budget by 5%, and the half of, like 2.5 of the R&I budget is used for developing innovative technology in the agricultural sector. So it's benefiting indirectly the CAP. Sorry.
Yes, as I've said before, CAP is our priority, and we ask actually for an increase of 10% of the CAP of both of the two pillars, more specifically of 6% increase of the first one and 12% of the second one. And yes, but we agree with conditionality to support a more sustainable agriculture.
In Lithuania, we want to support the Czech Republic on the increase of 2% of the CAP, especially to the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. But we would also like to add the importance of adding some flexibility and openness to each country's individual specific needs for agriculture, and the addition of green techniques as conditionality. We could also agree on 1% increase that Croatia proposed instead of the 2%, but we also support Slovenia's position, our conditioning increasement of the cohesion mechanism, which is after all our main priority. Thank you.
I would just like to say that the Netherlands agrees with Finland on the proposition of increasing the second pillar and maintaining the first pillar, as the development is an important, it should be a priority for the European Union right now.
Increasing the funds dedicated to the CAP is one of Poland's main objectives. Like, we all know that farmers' incomes are still very low compared to the average income in the EU, and the economic consequences of the war in Ukraine threatens this inequality. But as my Bulgarian counterpart said before, considering the 10.5 billion euros increase of the overall budget, we can't propose too high percentages of increase. Therefore, Poland will push for a 1.5% increase of the CAP and would agree with Czech Republic and Denmark to use the money from the rise of taxes we have decided before.
Sorry, I have a question before I grant the floor to the rest. Czech Republic said we increase 2% the overall CAP budget, or we increase it 2% from the 10.5 million that we raised with the new taxes?
We take 2% of the tax that now we agreed, and we send it to the European Development, to the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development.
Well, so you increase the CAP.
Yes, but taking the money from this
But
tax.
you increase it by 2.5 million.
Yes.
Which is less than 1% or 2% that the people are proposing. It's basically that. I want to make clear that you said 2% of the taxes and not 2% of the overall CLP. All I wanted to clarify is this.
I said that we can increase the CAP by taking the 2% of this new tax and send it only to the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development.
Yes, perfect. Sorry, Sweden and who else? And Portugal in this side. Then I'll go to the center and then I'll go back to the left.
Thank you. We would like to say that we agree on the Czech Republic proposal, but with a 1%. Just 1% from the tax that we agreed previously, and it would go to the Fund for Rural Development, even though we want to remind everyone that Sweden is in favor of reducing this budget, so we are compromising and increasing this budget because we are here, all countries under worries, so we will compromise and agree on this increase, but with conditionalities. Rule of law, green, digital, like we all have been saying, and I hope all the countries agree with these strong conditionalities. Thank you.
We agree with Czech Republic's increase of 2%, and we also think that we have to focus on making sure some of the money is going to smaller farms because the bigger farms are responsible for the CO2 emissions and the greenhouse gases, and because of the war in Ukraine, we have to focus on development within the EU, and today Portugal only receives 6 million, so we need to increase that if we can.
So raising the CAP makes Germany a little bit nervous because of all of the corruption that's going on with the CAP funds. I mean, for example, the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic collected millions of dollars in subsidies from the CAP in 2018. In Bulgaria, 75% of main time subsidies end up in the hands of 100 entities. In Slovakia, prosecutors talk about an agricultural mafia in which small farmers are being beaten and extorted for their land. So we have to be very careful about raising this allocation. I have agreed with Ireland and other countries on raising the CAP by 5 billion, but we need conditionalities regarding this fund, like 5 billion. Enhance anti-corruption, income support redistribution, higher thresholds for compliance in green with our Green Deal, direct payment reduction and capping measures, cooperation encouragement, and active farmer definitions. Those are our conditions for raising for 5 billion.
$5 billion that we already have, no, from the tax that we increased, I think, yes.
Yes,
okay.
it represents 1.5 increase in the cap.
Of the overall.
In the cap.
The CAP, yeah. Okay. Good. Now Greece, Hungary, and then Latvia.
Greece is also a bit conflicted about supporting an increase on the CAP, but would be willing to change our mind if the increase is mostly allocated to the Rural Development Fund, and it could be used to fund a mechanism to ensure that priority in fund allocation goes to smaller farms and to farming enterprises that conform their production methods to the European Green Deal.
Hungary's primary concern is with the fair treatment of everybody in the production line, so we propose that payments made to farmers based on the size of their farms be continued in order to ensure income security. On conditionality, we agree with Germany's proposal of 1.5% increase, but in terms of conditionality, we assert that each country's government should be able to decide the implementation method that best suits them, because the Commission may not always be able to look out for the best interests of the people within each member state.
Thank you, Hungary. I'm not surprised. Latvia.
Yes, so Latvia doesn't have any problems with conditionality. We agree with Green Deal, with non-corruption mechanism, and in our country you can see the results of this working from the last CAP, for example. We also agree with the proposal of Finland to cooperate with research and innovation funds to promote rural development in CAP. And I would like to propose one initiative to do that. The correcting mechanism for low CAP performance, so the farms and the locals that are corrupted or that do not perform with the fund, we should decrease our funding of these farms. For example, these corruption scandals from Bulgaria and from Slovakia, maybe they should receive less of the CAP, but in future. Now it's just a warning.
Perhaps. I think Denmark, Croatia, and Belgium. This is the group of three first, and then we will do Finland and Slovenia.
Thank you. We just want to say that we are happy that we are finding consensus. So we want to stay as finding a final number and a final objective is the main objective as being reductant. So we are agreeing on increase 1.5, sorry, the CAP, but with the conditionality, which means thanks Greece for bringing up the small farms, also Germany for bringing the anti-fraud condition, and eco schemes and generational renewal should be also part of the conditionality. And if we are almost all agreeing, we can locate the money, the raise, this 1.5 in the second pillar. So we will want to hear final statements so we can find a final conclusion of it. Thank you.
Croatia also supports that 1.5 increase and everything that Denmark just said. I know Germany raised some issues about corruption, and we'd like to propose an idea of a sort of non-biased group who can then enforce not anti-corruption mechanisms. This would obviously come from the money that we have already decided upon.
From Belgium, we want to do to make a proposal to all of you. So, okay, so I heard all of you. We have 10.5 billion euros to reallocate for 7 years. So I'm going to say that. Why? What if we divide the money proportionally to the money that is spent? So the CAP is 31% of the overall budget. So we reallocate 31% of the new increasing to the CAP for the 7 years, which means that we are increasing it in 3.2 billion euros, which we think that is enough. This will give us some more money for the cohesion funds, research, and also for administration. And this is important because this way we could make more strong conditionality to the CAP, which is our main concern here.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that my proposal was 5 billion, not 1.5%.
0.7 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
And you said only 5 billion,
billion.
not 1.5. So it would be a 1.3 or something like that, more or less, or 1.2. Correct? Netherlands.
The Netherlands agrees with the increase of 5 billion and also will allow for the this 5 billion to go to the second pillar, as Fernand and I already mentioned earlier. So that'd be a good option for us.
Slovenia. But I have to remind the member states, sorry, Slovenia, I didn't want to interrupt you, that we have two proposals on the table. So, you know, I think coffee's calling. Slovenia, please, go ahead.
Yes, I want to remind all the Friends of Cohesion that right now, before we decided to increase the overall budget by 10.5 billion, and we are talking about increasing the CAP by 5 billion. Together with Sweden, we were thinking of decreasing that to 3 billion at most, because this means that we will only have 7.5 billion euros left to increase the cohesion funds, which amounts to a very little increase of the cohesion funds. Our original proposal with the Friends of Cohesion was raising this budget by 5%, which means 18 billion euros. That, so I just want to remind you of this problem. As Slovenia is more concerned about the cohesion funds than the CAP. Furthermore, I would like to reiterate my proposal from before, or expand on the problem of the maldistribution of the funds, especially the guarantee fund, which we can see that a lot of farms are actually not even the main sources of incomes of farmers because of the low gain of money, which means that we could cap or put a price ceiling of how much money each farm gets, especially big farms, which could free up a certain amount of money, which we could either put into the agricultural guarantee fund or also in the cohesion funds. Thank you.
Sweden and Finland, please.
Thank you. As Slovenia has stated, we believe 3 billion is enough for the CAP. So I hope we can all agree on this increase of 3 billion with all the conditionalities we have already said, and also the proposal of Latvia to those farmers that have been corrupted. So I hope we can all agree on these 3 billions, because there are other countries that have interest in other budgets. So 3 billions is more than enough.
But that's close to the proposal that Belgium put on the table, correct? Okay. Finland, you.
Yes, I also agree with the 3 billion increase, because we also have to have money for the administration, for the commission, that they can actually check all these conditionalities that we put on the table that have been numerous, and also with all the other conditionalities, green transitioning, and also climate targets. For example, we could also try to reduce our emissions, CO2 emissions, by 29% by 2035, and also capping the funding to individual land owners by 100,000 to 100,000 euros. So no farm gets more than 100,000 euros, doesn't matter how big it is.
Okay, Croatia and Czech Republic on this side, and then we will do Lithuania and Ireland on the front, and Slovenia you just spoke, so you have to wait a little bit longer, if you don't mind. No, Czech Republic and Croatia. Well, Croatia or Czech Republic, whoever wants to go first, feel free.
Croatia would like to support the 3 billion increase, because we'd like to remind all of the Friends of Cohesion that our goal is the cohesion funds. And the CAP, yes, it will increase development, but so will cohesion funds. So we'd rather place our focus on the other funds than these ones. But we would like to place a conditionality that if we agree on this 3 billion, then everyone will support the increase of a cohesion fund.
Czech Republic agrees with the 3 billion increase, and this increase can develop in 1.5 million goes to rural development. One goes to the European Agriculture Guarantee Fund, and 0.5, because we change our government in 2021, Germany, it goes to corruption, to conditionality, and to look out this rural corruption.
In Lithuania, we would like to support the 3 billion proposal made by Sweden and Slovenia, as there are a lot of negotiations to do still, and our top main priority remains the cohesion funds. And we also agree with Croatia's conditionality to support the increase of the cohesion funds. Thank you.
Well, I don't see this as a conditionality. It's just like a condition, okay? Ireland. No, because if we get mixed up in these terms, we will be screwed in the future. Ireland.
So in order to advance the negotiations, we propose an agreement between those who want to increase the cap by 3 billions and those who want to increase the cap by 5 billions. We propose an increase by 4 billions in order to reach an agreement.
Stop throwing proposals on the table. That's not the way we should be working. Yes, Slovenia, sorry, I almost forgot about you.
Yeah, sorry that you said no new proposals, but I feel like there is a better solution on the table. I would propose to, instead of taking the 3 billion euros from our increase of taxes, from the instead restructuring the cap in itself, which means we could take 3 billion from the Agricultural Guarantee Fund and move it to the Agricultural Development, Rural Development Fund, which is, as I can see or I have heard, more or less the consensus anyways, that we want to invest more in our rural development. Reminding the Friends of Cohesion that this would mean that we would have 10 billion euros over to raise the cohesion funds, which I believe would actually be a better proposal than what we have been discussing right now. Although this would mean no increase of the cap, it would mean an increase of the Agricultural Rural Development Fund. Thank you.
I think we went over our 30 minutes. What I will do, is I will call for an informal meeting among all of you. I give you 5 minutes to all of you to give me one proposal. So you can go to one side of the room. You cannot leave the room, but just talk to each other, and somebody has to come to me with a proposal, please, because this is taking for too long. Okay, go.
One question.
I want an answer at 17:11. Okay, so. I remind the states that some of you mentioned certain conditionalities that need to be agreed on, because Germany proposed 3, at least 3. Latvia presented another one. So please,
There are more than 3.
please, I need a proposal from at least the weight of the CAP, please. Whoever wants to speak. Czech Republic.
What we can do is take 1.5 of the taxes that Greece set and later distribute 1.5 from the guarantee fund to the rural development.
Meaning that you just increase the overall CAP by 1.5 million.
Later we reconstruct this budget. I mean, it's 1.5 from the tax plus 1.5 take it from guarantee fund to rural development.
So you are increasing the overall CAP by 1.5, and then you restructure that. What is it? 379 or 70 or 80 in the way you just defined. So you take 200 from the 291, you take 1.5 and put it in the development fund, the rural development fund, and the increase also goes to the rural development fund. Okay, and how about the conditionalities? I mean, I think there's two types of conditionalities, because Hungary also proposed a conditionality. Slovenia.
Yeah, I think conditionality should be definitely, I think what we all would agree on is Green Deal, so environmental, smallholder and medium farmer get more money, and yeah, promoting sustainable farming practices. And obvious, I was going to give the word to Latvia because I think we all agreed on their proposal regarding anti-fraud and corruption installing corruption mechanisms as well.
Yes, Latvia, if you want to specify.
Yes, I agree with all the conditionalities proposed by Slovenia, and I also want to mention and to remind that we discussed the conditionality to cooperate the Research and Innovation Fund with the CAP. So I agree totally on 1.5 billion increase, but with also the conditionality when we discuss R&I funds to pay attention to CAP there. That's all.
Finland.
Yes, also the conditionality is strong rule of law if it's not already implied in the anti-fraud conditionality, and also agree with you on that we put money into the R&I fund in order to help develop better and more innovative technologies for the agricultural sector.
Yes, anybody? So what are the final conditionalities? Denmark or
Denmark can see that we all agreed about the green conditionality, the anti-fraud conditionality.
Sorry, first one?
Green conditionality, which means harmonization of income between big and small farms, eco schemes, generation of renewable initiatives, and this kind of activities and initiatives.
Okay, next.
Following the anti-fraud initiative,
so
regarding
low cap performance, the proposed by Latvia.
Yeah, the proposed by Latvia.
Low cap performance. What else?
We are frightened that we actually don't know if rule of law is actually a condition that everybody accepted, so we cannot say it clearly.
I can ask the Hungary representative.
Yes, please.
And the Polish representative also, if they accept that. Also the Bulgarian representative. Yes, Germany, what's going on?
Rule of law is already a thing, and we don't have to agree on it. So rule of law is happening, whether they like it or not.
And there's sentences from the Court of Justice of the European Union in this regard, as some of you know. Okay,
so corruption and all that, Denmark said.
So these two conditionalities.
No.
Which was the research and innovation discussion that I missed?
Some funds from research and innovation should be aimed to CAP development.
So you want to take money from the research and innovation and put it to the CAP?
Not put it in a CAP, but to research to.
So research on agricultural issues and environmental issues. Okay, so then we will discuss this after.
Yeah.
So two conditionalities so far. Hungary, I think you're very worried. What's up? What's happening?
On conditionality, general rule of law and anti-corruption are not interchangeable. If we're talking about the common agricultural policy and anti-corruption, Hungary has no problem with this, but general conditionality on rule of law, we do have a problem with this. So our compromise would be to implement conditions for CAP receipt on anti-corruption, but on general rule of law we can discuss later because this has more to do with sovereignty, not so much to do with the common agricultural policy umbrella.
Okay, so for the sake of the agreement, okay, we call this corruption issue the low cap performance conditionality. Everybody agrees? And it's based on how well the member states have done in previous years in order to receive the final amount of funds. Is that correct? Those who've been accused of misusing funds are happy with it? Bulgaria and Czech Republic, yes? Okay, that's the first conditionality. The second conditionality is the green conditionality, meaning that it needs to be distributed into medium, small farms in order to not push for the massive exploitation of agricultural fields and agriculture. So two conditionalities, an increase of 1.5 and a redistribution, which states that the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development stays at 89.9%. 90.4%, and then the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund stays at 289.5. Is that correct? Yes? Okay, deal. Okay, then now I hope that we have some coffee outside. Nobody has taken it from us. We will have a break. I think we will do it 25 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes out of your free time. Maybe you should use the coffee break for certain discussions and negotiations. Also to go to the toilet, it would be a good idea. So at 17:45 we restart. So try to be punctual, okay? Thank you. we're about to start. We start the second block of this negotiation, which will last more or less around an hour and a half, if everything goes smoothly, which it normally doesn't. But we will have like a longer, bigger block. This is done by a little bit of proportion, okay? So since the CAP and the cohesion funds are the two biggest headings of the budget, we dedicate 30 minutes. To the CAP, we dedicated slightly, 45 minutes. So the cohesion will take 30 minutes, and then the rest of the headings, research, European strategic investments, administration, and the discussion on the final rebates will take 15 minutes each. The final, I guess the rebates, we already been discussing about this, so that's why we can keep it low to 15 minutes, because they keep coming up during the negotiations. So I think you will have 15 minutes, not to express your opinion, but to reach an agreement, because I already know most of the delegates' opinions on the rebates. Okay, so yeah, essentially the cohesion funds are one of the most important headings in any MFF, but especially this year, as you have been able to analyze during the previous weeks. And that's why also I mentioned the Next Generation EU to the representative of the Czech Republic and the rest of you. You can see that we made a very big effort on the NG EU funds on the cohesion heading, correct? We doubled the amount of money in terms of Next Generation EU. We understand this is a pattern that we need to follow in the following MFFs. So that's why I would like you to focus on the much more current long-term investment, okay? We have an increase of 10.5 billion agreed overall, which I'm not very happy about it, but I'm sure the parliament will be, cheering with Cava now. But so it means that we still have some money to relocate, or to allocate, actually, more than reallocate, to allocate. So please present your ideas, be brief, allow everybody to express themselves, and let's try to finalize an agreement in the next 30 minutes. I know Poland wants to talk because this is one of the most important countries in this regard. Poland, the floor is yours.
So, as the first recipient of EU cohesion funds, Poland knows that it has a strong responsibility on this matter. As we all know, the EU has been affected by successive crises which have further reinforced the disparities between all our states, but also within our own territories. My country is suffering from inflation rates well above the EU average, and I know that other countries present here have to face similar situations. So that's the reason why, with my allies of the Friends of Cohesion group, we are proposing a 4% increase of the amount dedicated to the cohesion policy. So we have chosen this high percentage in order to allow some flexibility in the negotiations, but our goal is to stay as close as possible to this 4% increase.
Sorry, before we continue, I would like to remind the total amount for the cohesion in the long term. Is it around what, 372.6? Is this the total amount we're talking? Yes? Exactly. So you're proposing 4% increase of those 372.5 million, correct? Okay. I think Austria is not very happy with the proposal.
Where do you find your 4%?
We propose to reduce the correction mechanisms, but I think it will be in another debate after.
Yeah, it is for sure. We will not be agree on that for sure, but we will be able to discuss about the amount you want, but only if we talk about the money we already raised by the plastic tax.
The increase proposed by Poland is 15 billion, if I'm not mistaken, 4%. Yes, Slovenia.
Yes, adding on to Poland, we propose to take the money from the tax money that we also used to increase the overall budget, which amount to 9 billion euros, and then we do propose to abolish or reduce the correction mechanisms. We are proposing this because we are over half, we are 17 countries of the EU that propose this jointly. And we want to appeal to you to think about this. And so 4% is kind of our main proposal, and we are willing to hear arguments against it, but we do at least want to have an increase in the budget of the cohesion funds.
Okay, now Italy, Croatia, and then Denmark. This is the group of three that will speak now.
So as Italy is not a part of the Friends of Cohesion group, it does not support the basic claim, but we support the group in total, and we see the claim for increase, but we might remind you that it would be better if we just do a slide, like we increase it slightly and not like at 4%. It's like the rest of the budget we already increased, so we don't have any more left for the other funds. So we support an increase, but 4% is much too high.
We can accept that 4% is quite high, especially considering that we're going to take the money from the plastic taxes. So then we'd like to instead propose a 2 or 2.5% increase, where 3% increase, where that money will come from that plastic tax money. But we would also like the countries such as Germany, Austria, so forth, to consider the possibility of us reducing correction mechanisms. Not maybe a full abolishment, but at least be open to the idea of talking about it. And then we're willing to also decrease how much we want to increase the cohesion funds by.
Thank you. Surely Denmark has something to say about this. Regarding cohesion, Denmark has bring a proposal about decreasing, but we are open to maintain or a small increase if the correction mechanisms are not touched. We are open to discuss revising or control for more transparency mechanisms, but we are not open to reduce them. And yeah, we believe that the CAP correction mechanisms should be also related and linked to conditionality, because cohesion funds are only funds that are granted to some countries, and we don't want that any corruption comes from it. We support using the tax plastic money, but only, for example, 5 billion of this tax plastic to the cohesion, and not touching the correction mechanisms. Thank you.
Since we are in this side, I'll take the three words here. It's going to be Czech Republic, Finland, and France. Then we will go in the center with Germany, Ireland, and Latvia. And then we will go to Slovenia. Okay? So Czech Republic, please go ahead.
As you know, the Cohesion Fund is part of the regional development and cohesion. So Czech Republic agrees with the 3% that comes from the taxes that Greece set. And also we can relocate some money that is in this regional development and cohesion fund. For example, we can take 5 billion of the European Regional Development Fund to the cohesion fund. And also we can take 1 billion of the support to Turkish Cypriot community, and send it to the cohesion fund.
Finland.
Finland only gets 0.4% of the total budget of the cohesion fund. So our incentive to maintain or increase it even is almost non-existent. And also in the we also get like 50 billion from the React EU fund, funded by the NGO fund. So we actually have already 50 billion more, and increasing it even more by our own resources is not really necessary. If we want to maintain it, then with the rebates and also under strict conditionality, the ones that have already been mentioned with green, like with strong rule of law and so on. And yeah, and the money would be better invested in R&I and also in administration, because we have all these conditionalities and we have to have the money to actually follow up with them.
Yes, even though France recognized the importance of the cohesion funds, we propose a decrease of 8% in order to increase the budget for migration and border management by 11.5% and the budget for security and defense by 30%.
So Germany believes that the Commission made a really good point in its introduction, saying that the NGEU added a lot of money to the cohesion policy as a whole. So we would like to maintain the cohesion policy as is. Yeah, that would be it. We won't move on correction mechanisms at all. Thank you.
Okay, I think Ireland, it's your turn.
So after we've been talking with the Friends of Cohesion, Ireland agreed with an increase by 5%, but we are particularly interested in an increase in the European Regional Development Funds.
Latvia states that European Union aims in long term is to move towards the convergence in GDP and contributions of every member state. And I think we all agree that long-term maintaining of correction mechanism and rebates, it's not sustainable way of financing. So, and we are aiming at generating new own of resources as we decided before. We agreed to a 3 to 4% increase in cohesion fund and propose to relocate this money from plastic tax, from the support to Turkish Cypriot community as Czech Republic proposed, because it's 213 million euros. Just saying, and we also propose to reallocate some money from administration funds, and we are open to discussions on more efficient, more digitalized, and less employers in administration funds.
That's not very nice of you, when Cyprus is not here on the table, to start taking money from the Turkish Cyprus reception, but I will pass on that, it's okay. On this side, I think it was Slovenia that had the hands up, then Sweden and Lithuania, correct?
We would like to address this issue as responsible as we can all be, because I've been hearing proposals that are quite irrational. So we would like to be more realistic with our proposals, I beg of you. So even though we are against increasing, we could maintain this budget because we already have a lot of money in this budget. So we can redistribute and change like the fund, the Czech Republic and Latvia just said, the Cyprus and Turkish something. And we can put that money in other budgets. And also we have to take attention to the EU program of anti-fraud, so we can redistribute the money and put more a bigger allocation to that budget because we need it since we've been talking about the conditionality of anti-fraud and corruption. Thanks.
Yeah, I will go if that's okay. I want to point out that the funds from the Next Generation EU fund are only going to the recovery and resilience part of the cohesion funds, and the actual cohesion fund underneath the regional development and cohesion heading is only actually getting almost 50 billion euros, and the rest is going to REACT-EU and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which means that, as mentioned before, for especially Slovenia, but also other countries, I think for us the rural development is of high importance, which is why we are proposing this increase in the budget. As I have heard from the people that are not in favor of increasing the cohesion budget before, is that they place high importance on research innovation and administration. I do not know how you stand on the European Strategic Investment Funds, but I think we as the Friends of Cohesion can agree to a 7 billion or 6.5 billion increase of the cohesion funds at least, whereby the money of that goes to the regional development and cohesion heading, which means that there would be 2 to 2.5 billion euros left of the tax increase to allocate towards the research and innovation and administration funds. Thank you.
Okay, Lithuania, yes, your turn. Then we go to the left side.
In Lithuania, we want to clarify that the 4% was only a start point for the negotiation to increase. We would be open to more proposals on the percentage as long as we increase it.
Can you get closer to the microphone because I cannot hear you well?
As long as we increase it, and we would also be open to conditionality. We also could agree on the maintenance of the correction mechanisms, but under the conditions of more transparency, that we are going to talk about this after. But also with the condition of the increasement of the cohesion fund. After all, we consider both budgets that are looking for the same objective, which is reducing the economical differences between the state members. One of them is long-term and the other one is short-term. In Lithuania, we understand the way that the frugal countries, for instance, have, and we understand the wanting for short-term and tangible solutions, but we think it is also sensible to spend on the long-term solution as well, which are the cohesion mechanisms. Thank you.
We have a lot of people that want to talk. We'll do it by order, yes? Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, and then Estonia. And then we go to the center where Hungary wants to say something. Bulgaria, please, the floor is yours.
I understand that the countries benefiting from the correction mechanism do not want to give up their advantage. They are just based on the fact that you are net contributors. I would like to remind you that those countries who receive this correction mechanism are among those whose economy benefit the most from the single market. So you already receive more from the European Union than you pay. We would like to see a reduction in this correction mechanism in order to re-equilibrate the European economy. The cohesion fund will allow us to develop our economy, which will make single market more dynamic, and which will benefit you in the long term. But for that, we have to look on the long term. So I support the proposition of Poland from 4% increase.
Okay, Croatia.
We would just like to remind that there's about 17 of us who are part of the Friends of Cohesion, and that makes up quite a big majority of this delegation. So for those who are arguing for either maintenance or a decrease of the cohesion funds, I think we are willing to be open on negotiations of how much we'd like to increase, but I think we'd like to say that there will be an increase, and I feel that's quite a few people here feel quite strongly about that, especially since it is supposed to be focused on states with a lower GNI, and bringing up those states will then place the whole of the EU on a more equal footing as a whole and make us more equal, basically.
What I'm stating, what Czech Republic is stating about this 4% is that we will increase the budget of 15 billion. What we can do as countries, we can raise the budget in 2 billion, and later we can take 6.05 from the European Regional Development Fund, because we raise the budget in the CAP and we raise it in the Regional Development Fund also. So Czech Republic is saying, we increase the budget in 2 billion, but we take 6.05 from the European Regional Development Fund. And one conditionality is that this has to go to the infrastructure, I don't know the name, to connect countries as trains, buses, transport, etc.
Sorry, so you're moving money within the whole cohesion heading from one side to the other, right? So you are moving from the investing in people social cohesion values to the regional development. Is that it, or how is it going?
Increasing the budget 2 billion, sorry,
Yes.
and taking 6.05 from the European Regional Development Fund to Cohesion Fund.
Okay, so from the 226.05, you take 6.05 to put it in the cohesion fund. Okay, I see what you're doing.
And conditionality in transport.
Okay, Estonia.
Okay, well, I would like to propose firstly about the overall budget, that I would like to increase it. And I want to support Denmark's proposal of increasing it by 5 billion. And then, no? No.
I wanted to decrease it.
Oh, you wanted to decrease? Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard. Okay. Okay, well, then I'm not going to go on that. Yeah, then I'm just going to say, I want to increase it by 5 billion, and I want to restate that the cohesion policy is very important, especially during times of crisis. It helped a lot during the economic crisis in 2007, and right now with the COVID crisis still recovering from that, and also the war in Ukraine, I think it's even more important to increase the cohesion policy.
Nobody else, so Hungary, go ahead.
As Bulgaria stated, the countries that are urging for a decrease in cohesion are the countries that benefit the most from the single market. For Hungary, regional disparities is a big challenge, and so we feel like there should be an increase in cohesion and a big emphasis on regional development. And we propose 4% as well, in agreement with Slovenia. Yeah.
We agree with the 4% proposal, and we think that the money could also be taken by cutting down on some programs such as Creative Europe and the European Solidarity Corps.
Okay, so you are increasing 15 billion, right? And you want to take money from the Solidarity Corps and the Creative Europe, which is in another block, right, that we have to discuss. Okay, that's interesting. Slovenia, then Belgium, and then Denmark. And Portugal after Denmark.
So we can come to a I want to propose a final proposal, sorry. Yeah, that we can take, because we do want to have an increase, and all the cohesion friends want an increase. In correspondence to others' proposal, especially from Germany or Sweden, we would be okay with increasing the cohesion funds by 3 billion underneath the condition that the research and innovation funds get 2 billion, the ESI Plus get 3 billion, especially for transport and infrastructure and energy, which is related to the regional development, and then 1 billion to administration funds. the amount of money will obviously come from the increase of tax that we had before, and that is the proposal we would like to put up for a vote.
No correction mechanism, involved?
Underneath the and this is underneath. This is the this is the proposal which would not involve the correction mechanisms, and we as Friends of Cohesion want to stress the fact that we as 17 people will not touch the correction mechanisms underneath the condition that you agree to this increase in the cohesion funds for the regional development.
Finland.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Finland.
I was going to do the same that Slovenia said before, so I agree with Slovenia in this proposal.
Denmark.
So if we understand clearly, you're saying that you want to increase 3 billion, the cohesion, and that's it, and not touching the correction mechanisms. Denmark totally supports.
That's 1 point. That's 1% increase, right? More or less. And no, Portugal was first. Sorry, Portugal.
We can agree to the 3 billion proposed by Slovenia, I think. Yeah, but we also think like it's important that we consider how the Iberian Peninsula is completely being up their prices with energy because the rest of the member states are reliant on Russia for their natural gas, and cohesion can help this. And we're paying a lot higher because of the market prices, so cohesion would benefit Portugal and Spain, and this is our priority. So 4% is what we're aiming for, but we can go down as well.
Yes, you can add very quickly.
Yes.
10 seconds.
As said before, we would also invest in the European Strategic Investment Funds, which includes a specific allocation for the transport infrastructure and energy funds underneath that heading, because we do also agree with the problem of the energy market and prices and the need of also Europe in general, or the European Union in general, needing to get more sustainable in their energy gaining.
But if I'm not mistaken, sorry, so everybody is informed about this. The proposal from Slovenia not only considers the cohesion funds, she's proposing research and innovation, she's proposing administration. So we have to agree on everything that, if you agree on this deal, you agree on everything. I'm just keeping people posted in their positionings, because this is quite a proposal. Again, Finland. Now it's your turn. Sorry.
I also agree on Slovenia's proposal. Just a tiny thing. Finland wants 3 billion in research and innovation and 2 billion in the ESFI funds, because we have to look also at the situation in Taiwan, with Taiwan and China. It's supposed to be like China will invade Taiwan soonish, and the problem is that there most of our microchips are produced. And also the European Union has already agreed to investing a lot of money into our own microchips production in Europe. So not to be behind and reactive for once, we can get self-sufficient in the microchip area with this investment.
Other hands, Germany raised their hands earlier.
Yes,
Czech
so
Republic.
as a co-author of Slovenia's proposal, I totally agree. So it's everything that she said, everything.
Can you repeat the proposal, please?
The
Slovenia
proposal is...
or Germany?
Yes, 3 billion for the cohesion policy, 2 billion for research and innovation, 3 billion for ESI Plus, especially transport, infrastructure and energy, which also addresses Portugal's concerns with energy. I have the same concerns as well. You know, as I said earlier, winter is coming. And 1 billion for administration, because we have raised a lot of conditionalities and we need to stand by those.
And that's a total of
9.
9, which is what you have left from the other one, right?
Yes, sir.
From the taxes. Okay. Latvia and Austria and Bulgaria. Oh, yeah, Czech Republic also was there. It's okay. You've spoken earlier.
Latvia agrees with the statement of Slovenia only with the conditionality that I mentioned on our research and innovation funds, that we should aim some of them to CAP, and conditionality of administration funds, that this money should be divided, and or some of this money should be aimed at long-term digitalization and more efficient mechanism in our bureaucracy. Otherwise, we agree.
Czech, Bulgaria, Austria, and then Croatia.
Czech Republic agrees with the statement raised by Slovenia and will accept this raised. And will the countries accept also taking 6.05%, billion for the European Regional Development Fund and send it to the Cohesion Fund?
Restructuring the fund, restructuring the whole.
Because
heading.
it's true that we raised the Regional Development Fund in CAP, and I think that as we have this money, maybe it's good to take from the European Regional Development, that they have 220 billion, that I think it's quite a lot, and send it to the Cohesion Fund. Also, maybe we can go to support the Turkish Cypriot if the Commission is really...
To support what?
Send 1 billion to the support to Turkish Cypriot community.
Please do. They will come. We're opening the door
So
for.
it will be 6. The agreement that Slovenia, the 3 billion that Slovenia said, plus taking 6.05 from the European Regional Development Fund, send 5 billion to the Cohesion Fund, and 1.05 to support the Turkish Cypriot community.
Essentially, what you're doing is you increase the 3 million and you put it in the Cohesion Fund, not in the Regional Development, correct? So you are doing 6 plus 3 into the Cohesion Fund.
No, what Slovenia said, like, I think that it was 3 billion Cohesion Fund, that 2 billion goes...
No, I'm thinking the 3 billion of the Cohesion Fund,
yes.
You said of the overall, correct? Increase it 3 million, the overall.
On the overall.
And then what you're saying is let's move 6 million to the Cohesion Fund from the Regional Development.
6.05. 5.5 million to Cohesion Fund and 1.05 to support the Turkish Cypriot community.
Okay, and then the 3 extra million that you just raised, where do you put them? So we can put the 3 million to the, whatever. Yeah. You like to do it like this. The order of the factors doesn't alternate the result, but it's okay, understood. So we will leave, with this proposal goes ahead. I think everybody's happy with it, but we will leave with 223. No, I'm just saying if the proposal goes ahead. I'm not saying that you have accepted Bulgaria, don't you worry. I know where you're going. So if the proposal presented by Slovenia and restructured by the Czech Republic, is that correct? Goes ahead, you would have 223 billion for the European Regional Development Fund. And then you will have 53.03 in Cohesion Fund, if I'm not mistaken. And then we will have 24 in the Turkish Cypriot community funds. Is that correct? That's the proposal. You need to, nobody has agreed yet. Bulgaria, and then Austria.
So Bulgaria may agree to reduce its demand from 4 to 2%, but Slovenia proposal remains too low. Less than 1% increase is not enough, especially if we add conditions, as Latvia asked, and if we do not touch the correction mechanism.
What are you proposing though?
Bulgaria, your total increase would be 7.45 billion, correct?
That's it.
From the plastic tax, so without touching the rebate at the end.
If we have an increase from 2%, I will not touch the correction mechanism.
Okay. The point of Austria is to follow Latvia on everything she said about the conditionality. And we want to be sure that the raise of the administration will help us to put conditionalities.
So you're following Slovenia's proposal, not Bulgaria's?
Not Bulgaria's.
Oh shit. Germany, Romania, and Sweden. And then we go to the other
So
side.
Germany agrees with the restructuring proposed by the Czech Republic. We truly care for the Turkish and Cypriot community. And I just wanted to state for the record that the deal is, the original deal is brokered by Slovenia and Germany. So it's very historic. So we need to agree soon. Thank you.
Let's see how historic it is. Okay, Romania, please.
So Romania strongly opposed the correction mechanism.
Very good.
But we would agree with Bulgaria. So we would step down and we would keep the correction mechanism only if we would add 2% to the cohesion funds. So that would be in the 7.4 billion.
Yeah, sounds interesting. Sweden. So we have two countries that are very strongly against correction mechanisms, which are Bulgaria and Romania, which is ample. Now Sweden, please, go ahead.
Thank you. We would like to remind everyone correction mechanisms won't be touched, and we have already compromised several times during the negotiations. We are already agreed on an increase. We support the proposal from Slovenia and the Czech Republic, and we could work with that, with conditionalities, but I don't think it's we shouldn't try to make other proposals and trying to touch the correction mechanisms, because we are not talking right now about correction mechanisms.
I'm sorry to inform you, representative of Sweden, but we are talking about correction mechanisms. I think the proposal that has been put on the table from Slovenia overarch the whole 4 issues that we still have to discuss during the session. So I think this is becoming a one single session, and you better finalize. We're not going to talk about anything else after this. After the proposal that she's presented, it's you guys talking about this.
Okay.
I'm sure Slovakia and Hungary want to say something.
Okay, I just want to say that if you try to touch the correction mechanisms, all we've been saying would be nothing. We will be like as we started.
Sorry, to understand correctly, if somebody or if we end up not agreeing on the correction mechanism, we have to go back to 0 and start discussing the overall budget? Okay. And who are you to, I mean, this is your role. I like. Yeah. No. I mean, but that's hardcore bargaining. I like it. Slovakia, please.
So, as Romania and Bulgaria, I am strongly against conditionality, the correction mechanism, but I understand the point of view of Sweden, so I can consider to keep it as it is right now, the correction mechanism, if will be accepted the proposal done by Bulgaria.
Okay, so another country that joins the proposal made by Bulgaria, Hungary, you raise your hand, and then I'm going to go to the left. Latvia, you have to wait a little bit if you don't mind. Hungary, please.
Hungary can support the proposal made by Slovenia, but we agree with Bulgaria in that the increase of 1% is too small. And if like all of the Friends of Cohesion are going to have to agree on the maintenance of correction mechanisms, we think there should be an increase of at least 2 to 3%.
Okay, understood. In order to agree on that, we need an extra cash. Okay. Denmark, now yes, it's your turn.
Thank you. First of all, we want to just state that a 7.4 billion increase in this budget will left us only with 1.6 billion for research innovation, strategic investment funds, and administration. Regarding administration, I know that only it's important for some countries here, but research and innovation and digitalization and strategic funds are important for many countries here as it regards transport, it regards energy, and also digitalization and being more efficient as a European Union and as all together. So please reconsider that increase. We are not saying that we have to stay with the 3 billion. We can speak about maybe a 4 billion, but we need to reduce the overall presented by Bulgaria, even though we hear you and we understand your concerns over the correction mechanisms as you understand ours, because cohesion fund is only for some countries, as correction mechanisms is only for some countries.
Belgium, please. Then Bulgaria will be able to reply.
Before I speak, can you please remember me the amounts that Slovenia said on its proposal?
Slovenia proposed, if I'm not mistaken, a raise of 3 million on the cohesion fund, okay, or the overall. The restructuring, you can follow Czech Republic proposal or discuss it later. 2 million for research and innovation, 3 million for the European Strategic Investment Funds, and 1 million for administration. That makes 9 million, which is the amount left from the taxes raised previously on the plastic tax. And also, this includes accepting the correction mechanisms.
Okay, so seeing the two hard points on this negotiation that are cohesion funds and correction mechanisms, what about, I want to ask if you would agree in increasing 1 billion from the third allocation you said, that I don't remember now, after research was? Thank you. So moving that 1 billion to the cohesion plus, but that's all we can move because it's only 2, and 1 for the other allocations, but maintaining correction mechanism as they are right now. So it may not be a 2% that they are asking, but it would be easier and put hard the conditionality on correction mechanisms so they don't get.
You're proposing 4 million for the cohesion funds and taking 1 million from the European strategic investment. Okay, so we have another proposal.
Sorry, but maintaining correction mechanisms as they are.
Maintaining correction mechanisms, okay. I haven't heard Croatia about this discussion, so I will give her the floor.
We would also like to support what you're Bulgaria. Belgium, sorry, my bad. What Belgium just said, because as Denmark mentioned, correction mechanisms is only for some countries and cohesion funds is only for some countries. So if we're willing to say that, listen, you can have your correction mechanisms, we would also like just a slightly higher, sorry. Then we would also like a slightly higher cohesion funds, because this is also a matter that's very important to many states here. So we would also like to back taking 1 million from the strategic investment and putting it into correction mechanisms.
4 million. Bulgaria wants to reply to some of the statements made regarding its proposal.
I would like to rebound on the intervention of Sweden. You are not the only ones who change your positions. We agree on all the conditions on the CAP, especially the corruption conditions. So yes, the correction mechanism are just based on the fact that you are net receivers, but your economy already benefits so much from the single market that there are no sense mechanism. So if we have an agreement for 2% increasing on the correction funds, on the cohesion funds, then I will be able to let this mechanism.
Okay, will the countries accept 5 billion to the cohesion fund, 2.5 to the research, 1.5 to administration? I don't know. What was the strategic fund, and 1 to administration? But if 5 billion to cohesion fund, but 2.5 to research and innovation, 1.5 to strategic, and 1 to administration. But if if the countries that are willing to accept correction mechanism, if Europe increases their economy, the countries have to assure that in 5 years long, if our economy grows up, will increase 2 billion more to cohesion funds. No, if our country, if our economies grows up in 5 years, we'll raise our contributions, and this contribution will raise our contributions, and we'll send 2 billion more to cohesion funds in 5 years. And if the countries are willing to accept not touching the correction mechanism, but if in 5 years our economies grows up, we'll send 2 billion more to correction funds. To cohesion funds.
If I can say something regarding this, I think I know where you're going, no? And I think it's very generous and noble from you proposing this, but I cannot close budgets thinking of ifs. I need to be as close as possible.
And if our economy doesn't grow up, we'll increase the budget on 1 billion.
But again, I'm not very happy with the ifs.
We are sure that it's gonna be a one increase of the budget in 5 years, but if we grow up our economy, it's gonna be 3 billion more, not 2.
But I cannot. Where do I get this money from in 5 years?
If it doesn't care if our economy grows up or not. In 5 years, we will raise up our contributions to go to the cohesion fund. But if our economy grows up and our GDP grows up, we'll increase by 3 billion the cohesion fund.
I think the Commission cannot accept this proposal based on ifs and some euros that I cannot see in my accounting books because you don't.
No, I mean, the 1 billion it's gonna be sure in 5 years. That's if the.
So we increase 4 million plus 1 or 5 plus 1.
We increase 1 billion or 1.5 billion in 5 years. So in 5 years long, we'll increase this cohesion fund in 1.5.
I don't see it.
But if our economies grow, our GDP grow,
but we cannot touch the MFF until 2027.
What do you mean?
Okay. What we agree today is what we will have in the next 6 years.
Well, but
I cannot take 1 million from I don't know Panama and bring it to the.
Well, we can include one tax more that to recollect this, because in 5 years this will go to the cohesion funds.
But then just say that you will have 5 million to the cohesion funds. The way we distribute in the 5 years, it doesn't matter, or the 7 years, it doesn't matter to us. What I need to have as the cohesion is the money finalized, the final amount. I need the final amount. That's it. If you want to use it in the first 3 years, feel free to use it in the first 3 years. We will approve every year in Parliament our budget. But you cannot tell me 5 million and in 5 years another million. That means 6 million.
Okay, I'm going to change my proposal then.
But I'm not saying I'm not doing this because of.
No.
I need the final money. You know.
Okay,
the final amount.
okay. What I said before, 5 billion to cohesion fund,
Yes.
etc., etc.
Yes.
And we raise a new tax that will go only to cohesion funds.
What tax?
Carbon. We have to agree with the tax because some countries will not agree with the carbon. But I mean, transport tax, something like this.
Mr. Representative, if you allow me, the moment to discuss income taxes was when we discussed the overall budget and the new sources of income. Now, it is you are opening the first stage of the first block of the discussion if we are introducing a new tax. You know what I mean? We're trying to closing blocks so we can move over. So if you want to give a final amount, 6 million or 5 plus 1, which is 6, then the way we distribute along these 6 years, it's up to us. Every year we will close the yearly budget. So maybe we spend all the 300 million in 1 year if we want. If we want, okay? But that's the idea. We need to have a close amount because we cannot work on ifs, okay? And if you think that in 5 years we can add, you need to think now in 5 years terms. So if it's 6 million, it's 6 million, no problem. We accept the proposal. But it doesn't matter. The way we spend these 300 or 400 million is not. It will be up to us in the next few years.
And it will accept 7 billion, but 5 billion now, 1 billion in 2 years, and 1 billion in 2 years more?
Up to you. This will be up to the Parliament also, because every year the Parliament reviews the budget. So this is. But you mean, what I need to know is that in the next 6 years, we will have 7 million. That's it. And we will distribute the way we want in the future. Now, we were going to the center, right? If I'm not mistaken. Latvia, Italy, Hungary.
Okay, so now I would like to apply to Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovakia. Yes, we wanted to increase cohesion fund more. We wanted 4%, but for the sake of negotiation and for the sake of balanced budget, I think the proposal of 4 billion in cohesion fund, 1 billion in European strategic funds, 2.5 billion in research and innovation, and 1 billion in administration, it's quite balanced, and the majority of member states agree on that.
Probably in the amounts, yes, but you're, yeah. Italy, go ahead.
Yeah, so Italy would agree to the proposal from, what is your country? Latvia. And Italy wants to say that we have to come to an agreement in total. We discussed like everything, like little things, and we have like the overall of this case is really good. We have a really fair share for every fund, and we. Like Italy has the opinion that we have to consider all funds because all countries have different priorities, and by this proposal we do this. And if we go on with this, Italy can also agree to not touch the correction mechanisms, and I think that would the case for many countries. So thanks.
Many, not all, and we need consensus. Hungary.
In terms of comparing cohesion and correction mechanisms, they're not likeness for likeness. As Bulgaria already stated, on the correction mechanisms is a small proportion of countries receiving this. Cohesion funds is majority of countries receiving this. And so when you're comparing them, it's not like you can't settle for 1% and then agree to maintain correction mechanisms, because it's like not fair to the majority. That's why I agree with Bulgaria and reassert that we remain at 2% or increase from there, but no lower.
Staying in the center, Germany, and then we go to the right.
So there are a lot of proposals going around. The one thing that I think probably half or a little less than half of the countries, we will stay here till 8, 9 p.m. if necessary. We won't touch correction mechanisms. For example, Bulgaria contributes 250 million euros to the EU budget and receives $1 billion a year. Germany has 20% of all the net budget. 20% of the whole budget, I have to pay it. So we need correction mechanisms. We won't touch that. We will talk about everything else, but we won't touch correction mechanisms, period.
If Germany wants to stay here till 9 p.m., this is, the representative is more than welcome to stay. I'll leave you the key. We go to the right-hand side of the Slovenia. Since you started all this, can you please fix it?
I will try. During the discussion, we have figured out a lot of red lines and baselines that cannot be crossed. One of those is that Bulgaria and Romania want to stick with the cohesion policy at 5 billion, and our correction mechanism candidates also do not want the correction mechanisms to be touched. For this reason, we would adjust the final proposal that for the budgets, which we would propose at 5 billion for cohesion funds, of which the 5 billion would more or less go to the regional development heading, because the other headings have a lot. We can also discuss the under Czech Republic distribution. Then 1.5 billion for research and innovation, under the condition that some goes to the CAP, as Latvia proposed. Then 2 billion for the ESI, the European Strategic Investment Funds, with a focus on transport, infrastructure, and energy. And then 0.5 billion for administration.
And we keep correction mechanisms.
And we do not touch the correction mechanisms. I hope that especially the people that want, or the countries that wanted to increase the administration funds can agree on this, as that would be Friends of Cohesion have agreed to not touch the correction mechanisms, which has been a clear statement of our coalition from the beginning. For that reason, and then you can compromise on the administration funds, as there we actually also need to increase in efficiency, and you will also benefit highly from the research and innovation and ESI funds. Thank you.
Portugal and Lithuania.
We agree with Slovenia's most recent proposal, and we just want to point out that the research and innovation, a lot of it goes to Horizon Europe, which was beneficial for the pandemic, but now that it's over, we don't need as much for like public health policies and like PPE equipment and that sort of stuff. And we also agree with Hungary's proposition that the corrective mechanisms are not the same as cohesion, so cohesion should also be prioritized, because in the long run it'll help everyone, while the corrective mechanisms, it's important now because of Brexit and everything, but it's not sustainable long term.
In Lithuania, we agree on Slovenia's proposal, as we think it is the only way to arrive to a middle ground and without touching our red lines, which after all is the most important part of our agreement. And I think that
this is very positive because we need to arrive to an agreement at some point. We don't want to touch our red lines, and that way we get to not touch our red lines and arrive to an agreement. Thank you.
Ireland is also agreeing with this proposition. We think that this is a good way to reach a middle point between all of our member states. So yes, we agree.
So, Czech Republic agrees that this 5 billion goes to European Regional Development Fund, but only if 6.05 of this European Regional Development Fund goes to Cohesion Fund. Well, 5 billion goes to Cohesion Fund and 1.05 goes to support the Turkey Cypriot community.
Thanks for thinking about Cyprus and in the house.
And also conditionality of Green Deal.
Okay, so despite the fact that I not agree with Germany, for me the debate net contributor and net receiver is meaningless. But I want and I want to find an agreement. So I agree with the Slovenia proposal.
Romania, yes.
Romania joins Bulgaria with this, but just with one little condition about the administration funds, that we would do a conditionality of digitalization in future to reduce the number of bureaucratic apparatus, to reduce the number of people working in administration.
Thank you. Regarding the redistribution, because we were speaking about ending the other blocks, so Denmark just wanted to state in relation with research and innovation and the strategic investment funds that we want that 60% of the money that would be allocated in the this, if I'm not wrong, 1.5. I would increase it 2 billion and 1.5 to SV. So 2 billion for research and innovation and 1.5 to strategic investment funds. What? 1.5 for research and innovation, 2.5 for strategic. Okay. And also we support the idea of Czech Republic green initiatives conditionality, as well as digitalization and anti-fraud also in the cohesion policy. Thank you.
So Denmark, finally, it's 2 billion for research and innovation and 1.5 for SE+. Uh-huh.
Can somebody, one person, tell me the final proposal, please? There's 2 proposals? Jesus Christ.
I just want to hear Denmark's proposal before I take my turn.
Wait,
yes.
just a quick question. Do you want research and innovation to be higher, or European strategic investment funds, which includes transport, infrastructure and energy, to be higher?
If we put anti-fraud, we agree on the proposal before,
yes,
but we need to put anti-fraud conditionality.
That's
the
okay.
point. If not, if we don't put it, we will maintain the previous proposal we did.
Okay, but then I think anti-fraud is okay with anyone, as we as a European Union want to guarantee the rule of law. It's the one.
Can you repeat it out and loud, Slovenia, please? Yeah, but I don't remember because I have changed
Okay,
6 million times
so
the proposals, you know?
final proposal.
Is 5 million cohesion
5
fund.
billion cohesion fund.
Oído cocina. Research and innovation.
1.5.
Strategic investments.
2 billion.
2. That makes already 8.5.
And
Plus
then 0.5
administration.
for administration.
0.5. And we maintain.
With anti-fraud.
With and conditionalities are that cohesion goes to regional development, and I goes to CAP research, so agricultural, and ESI goes mostly to transport, infrastructure, and energy, and the administration obviously, and we need to have anti-fraud and rule of law conditionalities.
But the conditionality to receive the administration fund is the anti-fraud.
No, that's just in general for the entire proposal. But that's why we need the increase in administration.
The reallocation that
And the
Czech Republic
allocation of
stated.
the cohesion.
The reallocation that Czech Republic stated before.
Yeah.
6.05.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
no
I'll try
connection.
to recap everything. Everybody agrees on this? Yes? Yes, Denmark?
If you let me.
Sorry, does this proposal also include not touching the correction mechanisms? So
That's the whole point of this proposal, if I'm not mistaken. But Hungary has something to say, and Germany also.
I agree, except, we agree, except, as I said before, anti-fraud and rule of law are not interchangeable. We agree for anti-fraud to do with the distribution of funds. Rule of law affects sovereignty, so don't agree on that.
I'll be the judge of that. Okay. But if...
Question for Astra or others that want to have the rule of law. What does that mean to you?
It's important to know where the funds are and how they are like used. So it's important if we want to raise by 5 billion, the biggest budget we have in this heading. It's important to know where the funds go.
So a rule of law for you means transparency.
Exactly.
Okay. Hungary, what do you say?
Yeah, I agree with that then.
Okay, yeah, that's why.
Settled. Germany, what do you have to say?
Thank you. So, we fully agree with Slovenia's proposal as long as there's emphasis on transport, infrastructure, and energy in the European Strategic Investment Funds. And we agree on all the conditionalities and want to state that rule of law is already a reality. It's one of the European Union's values, so we don't have to debate that. It's already there. And I move to a vote.
We don't need to vote. It's okay. Belgium?
Well, I'm not happy with the 0.5, but if all the others agree with that, I think I can go down to the 0.5. And that's it, but we cannot discuss to reduce administration or to input more pressure to administration because it's not possible. We have to do all the conditionality of the other allocations plus the conditionality of the cohesion funds plus the conditionality of the correction mechanisms plus all of that. We cannot go lower than that, than this budget, and we can either input more conditionality that it is.
Yeah, after all, you apply conditionality to everything, you increase taxes, so we need some more staff on this, and we increase administration by 0.5, which is ample. We can discuss the restructuring of the administration funds if you want. So let me recap on what you have proposed. okay? Because it has been a long discussion, because we touched every single issue that we were having to deal with. So, if I'm not mistaken, cohesion will go to 177.6 million, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and we redistribute the money, move from the regional funds to the cohesion funds and to the support of the Turkish and Cyprus community, which is very nice of you, considering that Cyprus is not here. We increase the budget, so all the increase comes from the tax that Greece has proposed earlier this afternoon. And we increased the Research and Innovation Fund by 1.5, making a grand total of 95.22 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And then the European Strategic Investments, we increased them by 2 million, which makes a total of 34.98 billion. Yes. In these two headings, or these two issues, you want to apply a research on agriculture in the first of the two, in the research and innovation heading proposed by Latvia, and everybody agreed on that. And then strategic investment, some of you are very worried about transport and energy, so you want to put a conditionality that these funds are oriented to develop this structure. Okay, and then we go to the administration funds, which will be raised by $500 million, which is with a grand total of 83 billion overall. Yes, and even though Bulgaria and Romania were not very happy, Hungary either, some of you were not very happy, the correction mechanisms stay all the same for the next 6 years. Yes? Okay. I think that we have reached a final agreement. Okay. I want to thank all the representatives for their manners and the way they expressed their ideas. We didn't get into fights. We didn't have to shoot I don't know, cell phones and things to each other, which is also very good. I appreciate that as the Commission. I'm sure the Parliament will be very happy with an increase in the overall budget. And that's about it. Thank you very much, and I will see you in a couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Good job. I think it's, as is tradition, we need to take a photo in front of the European flag. Okay? You can be happy. 02. For those who need a certificate of attendance, I have a few, only 6. If you need more, you can come to my office probably tomorrow, or maybe come here tomorrow. I will sign this, but you need the stamp from the secretary at the I don't know, at the, what's the name of the building? The 20 building, I don't know. Jaume I or no, Jaume I, the 20? Yeah, so if you go to the first floor of the Jaume I, at the secretary, they will stamp this. I will sign it. Who needs this?